Okay. Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing, please. Thank you. Hello, please. Okay, let's get started. Hello, Twitch. YouTube. Hello. Hello. Okay. Let me turn on. I gotta like turn on all this stuff. I gotta figure out how to make this automatic, man. There are like default settings, but those default settings on YouTube don't encompass everything. UE5, C++, game dev, RPG. All terrain. Bonjour, monsieur. That's very dignified of you to say. Okay, pen that. Welcome in, good morning. Continuing with the gas rewrite today. Made a lot of progress yesterday, feel good about it. But yeah, I was playing around with tags last night. Playing around with tags. Get rid of this, we're no longer gonna use that wrapper thing. We just gotta use all these different tag structs. Instigator tags. Oh yeah. No, that should stay a pointer, but we have to go up here. Applied tags, entity data. If tag data, tags. Pointer. F gameplay tag container. There we go. Okay. Morning, Marcus. Welcome in. Cremont. Welcome. What are you up to now? Just continuing the gameplay ability system rewrite that I'm doing. So for context, you know, I've been refactoring my ECS system. That is, I think, for the most part done. Well, there's more to do, but we've got a really good implementation in place. So now I'm going through and rewriting the gameplay ability system, which is a built-in Unreal Engine framework. And I want to make it more efficient and work it into my ECS. That's what I'm attempting to do now. And I got to go through and fix all these tag things that I messed up last night. I took all this entity data for, like, you know, tags like it applied with this effect, the asset tags that the effect owns, you know, block assets with tag. There's just a lot of them. I guess I can just undo that. F gameplay tag entity data. This should be F applied tags entity data. Yeah, I changed the name. I did change the name. Oh, I gotta undo. Hang on. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Tags. This is tag data. And tag data dot tags. Hashtag. Okay, good. Good. Targetable tag data. What is this? Why does this look so gross? Oh, right. This is the spatial query. I was gonna say, this looks very gross. Why is it so gross? Grr. Yes, angry puppies. Targetable tag data. Just, I guess we have that because it's a ref, so just dot tags. Truth. Hello. Welcome. Welcome in. Good morning. If damage effect tag data, we can just do. We will need to do this down here as well. Tags. What are you coding? I am rewriting Unreal Engine's gameplay ability system such that it is more efficient, working it into the ECS system that I've written. Just going through and fixing some things that I mucked up last night. I was playing around with some different things here. C++ is so hard, bro. It definitely, you know, there's a learning curve for sure, but it got easier for me once I realized that, like, I'm actually used to working with pointers and that references are the hard part. And then you don't just learning the difference between the reference by passing by reference and passing by value, which would do like a copy, right? Once I got that down, it was pretty easy. And I think Unreal Engine C++ is a bit easier to get into probably than standard C++. Like, yeah, I never realized, I guess, and I'm not like classically trained, but I say as if I'm some musician or something. No, I'm just a fucking programmer. You know, I didn't go, like, I dropped out of college, so I taught myself everything. And so I never realized that, like, in most programming languages, you're actually just, you're using pointers. They're just abstracting it for you, right? And once you realize that, then you realize, you know, how to use them, and you just got to get the syntax down, of course. But it's actually the references that are hard to use. Stevie Ray, welcome in. I know, it was so rude of me to raid you while you were out. It was a conscious decision. How's it going? It's going well. How are you doing? How's your game going? How's the progress? Okay, so we have my applied entity tag data here, finally. So let me look at my old gameplay effect here. I'm kind of liking how this is coming together for my new system. So, like, this is the new effect here. And then I just have, like, all of these different effect datas. Like, I have all this different, like, attribute mod that I can put on here, and, like, then we can add modifiers. Attribute. Look at all these attributes here that I can modify now. It's coming together quite nicely. I'm liking how they're being built here, and it's literally just an array of entity data. Buzzy B, what's up, bro? What's up? Welcome in, first time chatter. What are you doing? I'm doing some game dev today. Let's see, tags this effect has. So that would be asset tags is what I have here. Tags this effect has, which is wait for region mana. Grant tags to target actor. That is my applied tags. Here's wait for region mana. It doesn't understand spaces, which is great. So let's move that down to number 2 here. Asset tags, wait for region mana, la, 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 la. Require tags to apply / continue. So I don't have a difference between ongoing. Oh wait, what is this? What struct is this? Okay, I don't have this one. You can raid during an AFK anytime. Good to know, good to know. Can I show you something I made last night? No, we can't. Good evening, sir. How are things going? Just getting started. Just getting started. Going well, though. Let me look up this must not have tags. That's somewhere. Gameplay tag requirements. Ooh, that's a big struct. That is kind of exactly what I want. A gameplay tag query. 72. DV with the gifted sub. Why don't I have an alert for that? Well, that's lame. Thank you for the gifted sub. Webbly, congrats on your sub. Congrats. And thanks, Stevie. I appreciate your support. I need an alert for that. That's kind of lame that that didn't do an alert. I thought that would just do the regular sub alert, but I guess not. Ugh, streaming, am I right? Ugh. Happy September, friend, thank you. And a happy September to you as well. So this is quite powerful when we have the require tags and ignore tags. But this struct is quite large. 136 bytes. That's not going to even fit on a cache line. I may as well just use the tag query at that point. 72 bytes is still kind of large. That's not going to fit on a cache line either. Oh geez, how powerful do I need these things to be? Apply additional effects. Okay, I don't have anything for that. So I need to create some... Remove other gameplay effects. Oh Jesus. Owning tag query. Any regen mana. Oh Jesus. Yeah, this is not going to be very cache locality. Not very cache money. What do I want to do about that? Require tags to apply/continue this effect. Must not have tags. I may as well just use a tag query. That'll at least save me on some memory. Or yeah, some memory. Save me on an extra 64 bytes. Because like everything that you can do with require and ignore, you can do with tag query. Although I guess tag query is 72. Require and ignore would only be 64. At least all of that would fit on a cache line. Flow, welcome in. What's up? Please don't ask me to show me something. But welcome. Remove other... Yeah, this is actually... I forgot how complex the wait for regen mana effect was. I do have the duration baked in already, although I only have float capabilities right now. How's it going? Seems pretty chill here. That's good news. I'm happy to hear that it seems chill. It's going well. Welcome in. Just trying to decide what I want to do about some of these rewrites, man. They're gonna be a little complicated. I don't know. Is it worth it to have that on complete? Apply additional effects. I think I will need something like that. Target tags required. Must not have tags. Or wait, so the wait for regen mana can't be applied. It makes sense that it can't be applied when it's dead. But that's just like target blocked tags, right? I have Oh, really? Oh, there we go. There we go. I was going to say my comments aren't showing up here yet. Ends or prevents this application activation when the target has any of these owned tags. Making a game or a website. This is a game. This is a game. So I feel like must not have tags. I feel like this is actually handled by my target blocked tags. Must not have tags. So I guess like dead. Put dead in there. Cast. Casted. Casting. Channeling. I think this is handled. So this is saying tag requirements that the target must have for this gameplay effect to be applied. Yeah. And then this is mine, which is ends or prevents this activation when the target has any of these own tags. Yeah, so I think this is fair. I think that actually does removal tag requirements, which is the same. And so I made the distinction to combine the, yeah, I made the distinction to combine those things. Because like, I'm like, when would I ever want to have a gameplay effect that is blocked by a certain tag, but isn't also canceled by that tag? Like, what case would that be, you know? I don't think that I would ever have that case. So I made a distinction to combine those to just have less data. Be slightly more efficient. So I think then if we've settled that one, that one's good. additional effects, and remove other effects. So that I have that one as well, actually. So this is block assets. Ends or prevents activations of other assets that have any of these tags. So same for this one. I combined this one as well. And so we were going to block the regen mana. So what this whole effect is for is like when you cast something, you have to wait. Like usually you get mana every 5 seconds. You get a tick of mana every 5 seconds. But when you cast something, it kind of resets that timer, and then you have to wait 10 seconds before your mana regeneration continues at a 5 seconds per tick. So that's what this effect is doing. And then I can configure that to make that shorter or longer, you know. Man, that looks complicated. I had a chance to go to tech school or for computer programming, but unfortunately I didn't go. Hey, I didn't go either. You don't need to go to school to do this stuff. You can there's so much information on the internet. Everything that I've learned, I have learned for free. Could you describe what kind of game it'll be? It'll be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. Are you winning, son? Yes, I am. Thank you for asking. we are rewriting the gameplay ability system, so actually probably losing now that I think about it. But for my game, I will be running the whole world. So it's a large open world that's procedurally generated. So unique every game. What am I trying to say? Every playthrough. Unique every playthrough. And it's like 15 kilometers large, the map is. And I want to run the whole world, or at least as much as possible. So I wrote an ECS, which is just like a really efficient data-driven system that can run like thousands and thousands of entities. And my biggest bottleneck was combat. So I could only get about 200 entities in combat before I dropped to like 20 FPS, which is no bueno. I won't have, like, I probably am not going to have that many large scale fights of that many, but there will be, because the whole world is running, there could be lots of fights all over the world happening, right? Thousands, you know, so I want to be able to support that. So I'm rewriting the gameplay ability system, which is a built-in Unreal Engine framework. I'm going to use kind of the same concepts, but rewrite them into my ECS, which is a composition over inheritance type design. So I kind of have to like change how it works quite a bit. And what I'm doing here is I'm just looking at my old gameplay effects here and trying to relate them to my new data structures that I have here. Still can't recompile the engine yet. Well, I did compile, so we got there. We did meet that milestone. And a fair point, bring up a good point. Some of the games I've seen recently just don't hit like they used to. Well, all the more reason to make your own. Be the change you want to see. Be the change you want to see. What is this one? This one is just empty. That is a completely this is a completely empty one. So I need an apply additional effects. That's what I'm missing. Okay, so let's add some new data. Okay. Of which I have a lot. So this is going to be, well, let's just make a header file. This is going to be apply additional effects data on application, copy data from original spec. I don't know if I'll have that. On complete normal, on complete prematurely. So I need a piece of data that like has all these members in it, right? Excuse me. Do I want to say apply additional effects data? Or do I want to call that something else? Maybe it could be something like life cycle effects. I mean, I guess I'll keep it the same just for consistency. Pragma once. Let's do include apply additional effects dot generated I can't see my keyboard. Okay, apply additional effects data. So we're gonna need like T arrays, edit defaults only. We're gonna need a T array of F effect entity. Is that the right one? Yeah, it is. Oh shit, but wait a second. How am I gonna have pre-made entities here? Does it need to be... How do I make a pre-made instanced struct? Does that even work? I actually think I need a wrapper around the instance struct. Shit. Or at the very least, I need a wrapper. This maybe needs to be a U object, actually. I think this maybe needs to be a U object. Because, like, how else can you have a pre-made struct? I guess you could store it in a data table. I should make a data table for these. Or some asset that wraps all of them, then I grab from there. Yeah, because otherwise I'm going to be making them inline like this, and I can't reuse them. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, so with the instance structs and with structs in general, like, you can't just make an instantiation of it. There is no, even though they're called instanced structs, an instanced struct is just instanced in line of wherever you're having it in the editor. So it's not like I can just save this, like, this entity, this I guess I'm saving it on the game mode here, which I don't think is a good place for it, actually. I think this should be a data table row handle or something, or there could be some asset that has all of my, like a data asset or something. I think it's a data. I think I should make all my effects in a data table, actually. Do you have any tips to get into coding? I've watched a few tutorials, but slanty face. Yeah, my tip is, I mean, you have to figure out how you learn best. Everyone's going to be a little bit different. Maybe you do learn best by following tutorials. I will say that just watching tutorials and not doing anything, you're probably not going to learn very much by doing that. Maybe you do, though. Maybe you do. But for me, I learn best by actually using that knowledge for something. And so the reason I learned so much about game dev is because I have this project that I'm very motivated to work on, and I just tried to figure it out piece by piece. And for me, that's the best way I learn. If I don't use anything that I follow along in a tutorial or video or whatever, it just falls out of my brain. So I was just trying to actually, you know, do something, have a project, something simple, you know, start simple. Just have something to apply yourself to. Not a fan of these wacky Unreal Engine types. What the hell is an effect? An effect, so there is a gameplay ability system. I called GAS is what it's referred to, which I'm rewriting into my own system. An effect is just kind of like something that has a lifetime that modifies an attribute or applies gameplay tags. Right, which is pretty generic. It's supposed to be generic, right? It's supposed to be. But really, like, in the gameplay ability system, you have abilities, you have effects, and you have attributes. Those are kind of like your three main building blocks. Attributes are just floating point values that have a base value and a current value. And this is stuff like, they could be strength, it could be stamina, you could just have damage on their health, mana, that kind of stuff. An ability is something that is granted to an actor or something, and then can be executed or canceled, right? And the gameplay ability can have gameplay tags, which gameplay tags are just hierarchical identifiers. that you can apply and you can use to identify these assets, whether it's an effect or an ability. You can also use them for queries, basically, and so that's what you see here. And so I'm saying, like, this effect entity, effects are things that are typically applied by abilities. Let's say things like, you know, you have an effect can have a duration, and then it can have a attribute modifier on it. You know, you could have an ability that gives you a buff that increases your mana by 5%, right? And so that would be an ability that gets executed, and it would apply a gameplay effect. That a gameplay effect would have a duration of whatever you want your buff duration to be. It would have an attribute modifier of type, you know, mana, multiplicative, and the magnitude would be 1.05, right? So increase mana by like 5%, basically. And that's how that would work. And you could say, like, maybe that buff, it should remove any other buffs of the same type, you know? So you could say something like block assets with tags, which would be like, hey, if there's another mana buff, you know, whatever you've decided your gameplay mana buff tag should be, you know, end that one and apply the new one, right? So you can't have multiple. And then you could have additional data for defining, like, whether it should stack or it should be periodic and stuff like that. So yeah, that's what an effect is. I don't know if it's a wacky Unreal Engine type. I think that's a pretty common kind of gameplay concept. Maybe they're called effects in people's other systems that they make. But yeah, that's kind of like a breakdown of the gameplay ability system. And I think if you're making any sort of game where you know, player presses button and ability happens, like, you've probably made your own system. You've probably made your own gameplay ability system in some way, right? I was starting to, like, kind of do it on my own, and then I realized, like, you know, the gameplay ability system would essentially be what I would end up making anyway. So way back when I started this project, I was actually building my own. And then I was like, oh, gas does exactly what I need. There's a steep learning curve. But then once I figured it out, it was quite nice. And then here I am on the other side of it, saying, like, yep, it's not efficient enough, and now I have to rewrite it again. But I have a lot more knowledge now. Today, no one will ask what you're making. Yeah, I doubt that. I doubt that. Yeah, let's make a gameplay effect table. So I guess I will need I am a UE5 dev, yes. I mean, hobby dev, so not like professional by any means. I'll need like a data table row base, which I guess, would that just be the effect entity? Can this be instanced? No, it can't. Okay. Oh boy. It's the dev's fault. It's so simple. Like, it's so simple. So yeah, he's asking, why does every game on UE5 run like dog shit? Because you don't realize which games run on UE5 and don't run like dog shit. Because no one pays attention to that. Unreal Engine is a very powerful engine, and it makes making AAA games very accessible, which is a good thing. It's a good thing that more people are able to make high-quality games that look really nice. Unreal Engine 5 is a next-generation game engine, though. And some of the technologies that it has in it, like Lumen, require stronger hardware. They also require devs to know what they're doing. But going back to my first point of Unreal Engine 5 makes it really accessible to make these really, really good looking games, these really good next generation games. That means that devs who aren't as good at optimization get to make games, right? Yes, I am aware that there are games coming out that you know, don't run well that are UE5. That is the dev's fault. I primarily blame the business side of game dev because, I mean, you know, I work in software, not game dev, but it's the same story, right? Product and business want everything shipped yesterday when it's not fucking ready, you know? And so everyone's always just clamoring to get the features in. No one allots time for the things that they should, like bug fixing, crash fixing, optimizations. And so when they have a deadline to meet, that's completely fucking arbitrary. That, you know, the business just wants their paycheck, right? They have to push it out the door. They don't get a chance to optimize it, really. Nor do they have time to optimize it during development. So, yeah. So when it's, if an indie game comes out and it's not optimized very well, it's because they're just one person, or they're not very knowledgeable about Unreal Engine, you know, that kind of thing. But when it's a AAA game and it comes out and it's an entire studio, like they have shareholders or some shit, or some business or some product side of the studio that is pushing it out the door. Like no dev wants to push an unoptimized piece of shit out the door that runs like dog shit, right? And, you know, it's just becoming the default brain dead Reddit take of like, oh, game came out that is UE5 and happens to run like shit, therefore UE5 is a bad engine or something like that. Like, it's a frustratingly brain dead take, right? Have you checked out Tekken 8? It's one of those rare games that does optimization well on UE5. See, there you go. I feel like you probably do the answer then. You know, Expedition 33 as well. Great game that came out. Can we do game code in solid principle? Yeah, you can do game code in whatever you want. I'm using ECS, so I'm using composition over inheritance. I'm never too quick to blame the engine itself. That's good. Good on you. I've also seen a lot of people like, you know, I've seen the Reddit threads that talk about this, you know, in the gaming and game dev subreddits and stuff. And yeah, it's because people like, they can sound like they know what they're talking about because they mention things like Lumen and Nanite, which are Unreal Engine 5 technologies, but then not actually understand why they're used or what they provide. And like, yeah, UE5 does run at a lower frame rate than UE4, all other things equal, right? Physics, the physics engine is different and it runs slower, but it should be more realistic. So it's like everything is higher fidelity in Unreal Engine 5, and for that reason it takes more processing power. I shouldn't say everything, but a lot of things are. Like you can still go back to deferred rendering, right? Deferred rendering versus forward rendering is a huge reason why old games look, because like people always compare like old games, like, oh, this old game looked amazing and runs great, and these new games look amazing and run like shit. Like, why can't they just do what the old games did? It's like, well, the old games had to use deferred rendering, and they had to do a lot of fucking tricks to account for that. Like, and they had to put a lot of extra work into developing techniques to account for deferred rendering situations. I don't know what they are, because I'm not very good at the rendering side of game dev. I don't know a whole lot about it. But I do know that deferred rendering allows you to do some really cool things with like the scene, like rendering and lighting and stuff like that. And it makes it a lot easier to do that. But it also means some of these new technologies and stuff that they do take more processing power and stuff on your GPU. So, but man, UE4 was so well optimized though. I guess it was easier to develop for. No, I mean, it just didn't have things like Lumen is next generation global illumination, like where light actually bounces off things. Like, it's like everything in UE5 is higher fidelity. It's not necessarily that it's harder to optimize, although I think that would be probably the case. I don't really know though. I've checked many developer documentaries for how they make PS2 games, and it's the coolest thing ever. Yeah, the giants that came before us, you know, they really pulled out all the stops and did a lot of cool shit. So huge respect for the developers that came before, that got us to where we are today. But yeah, I mean, UE4 was also like a finished engine, right? Like We're only on 5.7. Like, what was the final UE4 version? Let me look it up. 4.26. There were 27. Yeah, so there were 27 versions of UE4 that came out. We're only on version 7. No, actually, we're not even on version 7. 7 is the next one that's coming out. We're on version 6 of UE5. So, yeah, UE4 had a lot more work put into it. But yeah, developers can go back and use a lot of the stuff that was in UE4. Like, from what I've seen, I don't actually know, so take that with a grain of salt. But like I said, with like you can go back to deferred rendering. Like, you won't get to use Lumen and Nanite and that shit. I think. I don't see. I'm kind of getting out of my wheelhouse here, but you won't get to use all the fancy new features, which will make some things harder for you. I'm sure UE5 will run a whole lot better in 5 years from now. Yeah, I think so too. I think you were swapping deferred and forward. Am I? I might be. Like I said, I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to the rendering side of things. Forward rendering. Oh, yeah. I am swapping it, I think. Deferred rendering. Yeah. I recently swapped to forward rendering, which is the one that disallows Lumen. Yeah, so you can, like, dude, me turning on Lumen in my game, I dropped like 20, 30 FPS, which was crazy. But that's just me, like, that's one checkbox, right? Like, there's a whole lot. And I think that's like the trap some developers fall in that maybe aren't as knowledgeable in the engine, is like clicking one checkbox and not really understanding, which would be me. I don't understand. Like, clicking that checkbox and just being, that's all I need to do. You know, like, no, there's a whole lot more you need to do to optimize it, right? Like, just turning on Lumen, I assume there's a whole lot more you need to do to actually make that performant and stuff. Goodbye to those 20 FPS. It was good to know. Yeah. It did make the game look awesome, though. I will say, like, when my caves were so dark, it was so nice. It was so nice. And like the lighting looked great. It looked great, but yeah, I wanted my FPS back. Anyways, let's continue with development here. So I want a gameplay effect data table. Should I just make this a data table row base itself? What is it? F table row base? Is that what it is? Yeah. I think that's fine. Jim the Dandy. Poop, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Or no, poop pants. That's a pants, sorry. It's very small on my screen. Poop pants, question mark. That is the age-old question, isn't it? I'll leave that as an exercise to the interested listener. Let's see here. Yeah, do I just want to make that the row base? And then do I need anything else on the effect? Because I will already have the, like, row name, right? So that can be kind of an identifier of sorts. Would I need anything else other than this? Let's just start with this and see what happens. So let's rebuild here. Let me make sure I save it 7 times first, though. Save this, double save that, save all again, close naturally. Okay. We've got a 50% chance that actually saved my changes. It's like Schrodinger's save. You know, fuck all the talk about Unreal Engine being poorly optimized and being a shit engine. It's not we are not the same. You and I are not the same. You think Unreal Engine is dog shit because it's not optimized. I think it's dog shit because you can't fucking save or undo consistently. We are not the same. We are not the same. What did I do here? Oh yeah, I wanted a, yeah, we want this to be an F data table row handle. Effect row handle. Yeah, any other Unreal Engine devs know. Stevie knows what I'm talking about. Stevie knows what I'm talking about. Okay, I changed one struct, and I have to rebuild 43 things. Is my code tightly coupled? Probably. Am I going to do anything about it? Probably not right now. Okay, come on. You can do it. I believe in you. Oh, and this isn't even right. This isn't even right. It's turned me into a compulsive Control-Shift-F user. Is that save all? Is Control-Shift-F save all? I guess I do need that keybind. I don't know. I don't know if I would trust the keybind. You know what I mean? I don't know if I want to click the button. That makes it feel like solidified. And this is like, what is this? This is, there was a like what apply. If it was like on in, I'll have to go back and look at what they are. I forgot what they are already. There were multiple of these that I needed to add though. Is there a way to have a data table row handle where the data table is like pre-specified? I would very much like that. I would very much like that. You always have to save several times to make sure. Exactly. Exactly. Please, Tim Sweeney, please let me boot. Dude, this load is quite slow. This is the first load of the day, that's why. The first reload of the day. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tim Sweeney. And then it takes a full minute to open 2 tabs, which is always strange. Okay, what are my thingos here? On complete always, on complete normal, on complete prematurely. How large is a data table row handle? 24. Okay, so not too bad. So we want remove other gameplay effects. We have that one encoded already, so we just need this one. Oh, and this is there are T arrays actually, but it's actually going to get slightly larger. And so one of these is 16. Yeah, but then it's gonna, yeah, so the array, should I do an inline allocator? Let's do a T inline allocator. And how many elements? Num inline elements. Just do like 2. Wait, can I not do an inline allocator? Oh, I hate it. That's so annoying. Blueprint strike again. Okay. On apply always. On application gameplay effects. On complete always. Always. And then we want like on complete success. And then on complete premature. Prematurely. On application, on apply. I'll just call it on application. We don't suffix any of the other ones with that. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Let's make our data table real quick before we restart. Data. Let's make a folder for abilities. Or just like ability system here. Let's get a dater table. I typed in dater. Oh god. There it is. Okay. I want effect entity. There we go. Okay. DT gameplay effects. Okay, add. Okay, new row. How do I change the name? Okay, I haven't worked in data tables in a while. So this is wait for region mana. And I should probably make the region mana one as well. Okay, so this one. So go here. What are you building? I'm building an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. But right now I'm building my own gameplay ability system. Can I copy everything that I already did in here? Right click. Nice. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Save, control. Okay, I'll try the control shift S. See, it's not doing anything. And that scares me. Oh, there's a control alt S as well. Control alt shift S. Choose files to save. Oh dear. Okay, I'm gonna restart the engine one more time to get these changes. Oh, we need to also add that here. Effect data. This is F apply additional effects data. So that'll need to go there for the ECS. Register it with the ECS system. Okay, are we booted up yet? Booted up yet? Wilbur, welcome in, Wilbur. Thank you for the sub. Okay, so we have our way for. Look at that like signature there. That's so weird looking. Okay, so we want the apply additional effects. Why doesn't that show up? Oh, I didn't extend the right class. Okay, rebuild it one more time. Sometimes you have to click into the event graph for Control Shift S to work. Don't ask me why. You know, that's actually not. I wish I could say I was surprised to hear that. I wish I could say I was surprised. What is he doing? Unreal Engine 5 dev optimizes game. 9 out of 10 devs hate him. I should really change this little splash screen. It is C++, as denoted by the pinned comment that would have been right above the chat box where you typed that in. Sorry, had to do it to him. At least I hope it's still there. Yeah, it should still be there. Okay, so we need to we want on complete success. Oh, I named that wrong. Okay. On complete normal. Effect table, yes. On complete normal, region mana. On complete prematurely, then we just reapply the same effect. Which is wait for region mana. Okay, so I think we're up to parity here with our old gameplay effect thing. Okay, so a number of things that we're gonna have to do. First of all, I need to rename this on complete normal. Yeah, we'll want that core redirect. Then I also want in the gameplay, or in the game mode, I need to change my little gameplay effecty boys. I need to change this to an F data table row handle. I wish I could... Is there a templated version of this? That would be really nice, actually. Is there a templated version of the data? So, like, you could say only tables that have a specific row type. That would be actually really nice. And then that way, like, when you click the drop down for, like, the table, it'll only show you relevant tables. Have you pre-planned your gameplay effect functionality? Basically, I mean, I'm just going to replace the existing gameplay ability system functionality, which I've used. You know, I've done all of my, like, I've done a bunch of combat already. Like, I have a bunch of skills and effects and stuff. So I know what I need out of the system, suffice to say. I do know what I need. But yeah, we just want to change those. Effect. Wait for regen mana effect. Yeah, I just need some strong pointers to this here. And then the in combat effect. Let's move that one over. In combat effect. Do I have that one made already? Okay, throw you in there. So the in combat effect. Oh, did it not copy the tag over? Did you not copy the tag over? Well, that should apply the in combat tag. With a duration of 30 seconds. So, a pretty simple one. Yeah, so we can start building out all of our effects here, I think. I don't know if I need to do all of that right now. Let's at least do the regen mana effect here. So give me that one. Give me that. Okay, what do we need? We need a duration probably. So asset tags. You probably just have regen mana on you. Yeah, so regen mana. Required tags. Application. So I want required targets. Targets required tags. I guess required tags and target tags are the same here. Target tags. Well, let's do applied first. Applied tags, which is probably just the regen mana tag. And then this is removal tag. Removal tag, which I just folded into blocked by tags. Ends or prevent this activation when the owner has any of these owned tags. I guess the owner and the target are one and the same for this effect. What other languages do you know in coding? I've worked with several, and knowing a language is a bit of a subjective metric, you know? Like, how many lines of code do I need to write in a language to know it? 1? 2? If it's 1 or 2, I know most languages. But I probably only truly know the ones that I've worked with recently. I've been writing code for like 14 years now, so since I was about 16 years old. So I've touched most languages. Okay, I'll list the ones I haven't touched. I haven't touched Perl. Haven't touched Objective-C. I haven't touched. Like Clojure. I don't know, you know, those obscure ones. I haven't touched Rust, you know. You can tell because I don't have any cat ears right now. Yeah, I don't know. Ask me a language, I'll tell you if I know it or not. I haven't touched brainfuck. I know that's the first question. I have touched PHP, which is surprising because I still have my sanity. I have touched it. Yep. It was a lot of therapy that I needed after that. What am I doing here? Blocked by, yeah, so this is blocked by dead. Yeah. Ongoing tag requirements. Once applied, these tags requirements are used to determine blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that actually is in the same. That's the same thing. Blocked by tags. Which is the same here. So like, so I now don't need to do both of these anymore, which is nice. C# and C, do you know them as well? I mean, C isn't that much different from C++. I mean, it's just C++ without some features, right? So I haven't like written anything in C. I have written things in C#. I wouldn't say I know either well, though. The Unreal Effects / tag system seems super similar to how BG3 handles their gameplay functionalities. Just thought it was pretty cool how similar and how they work. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Like, you know, gameplay ability systems, like just speaking of needing to use abilities in games generically, like they all, they're kind of all the same set of base generic functionalities. So it would make sense that those systems overlap. I'm not familiar with how BG3 handles their gameplay functionalities though. But yeah, having a hierarchical identifier, I would imagine a lot of systems end up with something like that, whether it's in the form of a dot separated string or, you know, some hierarchical enum or something like that. You know, same purpose. Yeah, so I think the region mana effect is good now. I think we're good. Save, compile, save all. Okay. So we might as well just, while we're at it, let's go ahead and add the rest of our effects here. Did I delete the old ones? Yeah, I mean, I guess oof. Let's see, do I have any usages anywhere? Only in blueprints. What about R, TypeScript, JavaScript, and MATLAB? I have not used R. I have used the other ones, though, at some point. I would say I know JavaScript and TypeScript quite well. MATLAB, I've used it before. I wouldn't say I know it well. But, you know, once you've learned your first two languages, you know, they just kind of become tools, you know? So they don't really, like, it's easier to just learn a new one and becomes trivial, even. Because you just kind of understand the fundamentals of programming languages in general. So I guess I'm not using the wait for region mana effect class at all. I'm not using this one at all anywhere. I am. So that one... we can... oh, this is only used in the attribute set for initting attributes. Yeah. But we'll need to replace that functionality as well. I'll go ahead and... we'll just leave the classes on there. But let's copy and paste this for health now. Region mana, region health. So that's all there. Is there any other one I would need? In combat effect, and then weapon change delay effect. Let's do this. Hang on, undo that for a second. This one's going to change to class. Sure, core redirect it. Okay, so I think that's all the... Oh yeah, we have the... Yeah, we have these as well. This will need to be F data table row handles there. Eat food ability. Okay, lose effect, lose food effect, gain food effect. We've got those. Abilities. Ooh, I need a table for abilities too, I think. Default character effects, new character effects. Yeah, I'm gonna need to replace those at some point, but this is good for now. So let's compile, save, file, save, do every type of save we can. Close it down naturally. Jay, thank you for the sub. Welcome. I know Python and SQL, and I'm going to learn NoSQL and possibly Java and JavaScript. Just not sure if I will learn them or not. It's a lot of things to learn all at once. Why are you learning them? Yeah, so I need to make like getters for this now, I think. I think there need to be getters for all of this. Which will be an F effect entity get wait for regen mana effect. Oh, it's a pointer. I don't know, do I give a shit about the context string here? I kinda don't. Yeah, just inline that. And then we can just like get wait for regen mana effect. And then that's a pointer, so dereference that. Add new entity. Oh yeah, pointer, and then we'll just grab the effect entity. Well, if that's the case, should I just return that? Ugh. So let's make an add new entity function for effect entity. Ah, God. Do I want that? I should probably put that in the my entity subsystem, actually. Yeah, we should put that here, because that's like specific to my implementation of it. Add effect entity. And so we would do T-array, or not T-array, we would do F, where the hell was it? There it is. We do this guy. Effect entity. Forward declare that. Forward declare that. And then we would just go add new entity, effect entity dot effect entity. It's just a nice little wrapper function. So now, where was that place that was broken? Here. Now we can do add effect entity, which is a pointer. Yeah, let's make that a pointer then, because that's how we're going to primarily... That's primarily what we will be doing. Yeah, easy peasy. Does it matter where you place each part of the code in C++ for games? Like if you put your character abilities at a random spot after a random class? I mean, that's a pretty general question. So I'll just kind of answer generally. Like it does matter, like it matters in terms of organization, maintainability, readability, where you put things. Like you could technically write an entire game in one file, but don't do that. Don't do that, because that would be a terrible idea. Like, it doesn't matter in terms of it working technically, but it does matter in terms of organizing your code base and making it extendable, maintainable, readable. I hope that answers the question. Like, there are some best practices. Yeah, for sure. Who is pinging on a Sunday? God, stop that. Gross. Okay. And I guess there's no wait, hang on. There's no target. Yeah, I need a... Yeah, there's no target, is there? So that actually never... I need to handle targeting, don't I? Okay, yeah, I need to go through and... So add effect entity. I need like an apply effect to target. Apply effect to target. And then I would want yeah, do I want like the source entity and stuff as well? I think I need that, actually. I think I need that. Target entity. Source. Yeah, we do want source ability too. Potentially, yeah, that can be null pointer. And then I'll need to build out the context here. So effect entity is a T array. Right. So let's do this. If effect entity. So I'll need to like copy this into a new T array. Entity dot add. And then I would want f instanced struct make. Can I do this from can you pass in args there? Does that work like that? It does. Wait, what is the signature for this? It's just args. Yeah, I do, dude, AI kind of picked up on my code very well there. That was nice. Does that work like that though? That would be kind of nice. It would be kind of nice. So wait, hang on. What is an entity here? It is. Oh, it's a T instance struct. I think that will work. There we go. Nice. Does that... I don't know if that works like that. I think I would need to make a constructor. But, you know, I think making a constructor for this makes sense. I'm gonna make our default one here. Default, and then let's generate one. Yeah, both of those. Does that... I hope that uses the right constructor. I wonder if I could even just use the inline. No, let's not chance it here. So I want the context effect data and then entity. And then I'll say if target entity dot is valid, we will add entity f context. Now we want f targetable. And let's make the F targetable. Do you have a constructor? You do. You do. Make another one. So just const F entity ref entity that. Yes, I know location is not initialized. Okay, I will initialize it to F vector identity. Is there no identity for F vector? I guess not. 0 vector. So make with parami boys of target entity. Yeah. Does that not work? Oh no, we want F targetable target entity data. That's what we want. And then that. God, oh, it's such a pain to make all these constructors. Does that actually work? I don't think that actually works. Target entity is valid. Yeah, let's just do this. Let's just do this. To make sure they work, F target entity data, target data, and then we'll just manually set. Then that way I can just make like that, and it's that's good. Do I need the template? I think the template can be inferred. No? No, it can't. No, it cannot. Apply effect to target. I think that looks good. I think that looks good. I kind of do just want to make a little effect context data. Context data. Source, entity, source ability, and then yeah, let's throw that on there. I think it's a little bit more understandable. If there is no target, I think target needs to be required, because otherwise what are we doing? If effect entity and source, I'm just going to check that all of them are valid. And target entity dot is valid. I guess I can return bool for like if it was successfully applied or not. But let's do this. Let's swap this. Do a guard instead, return true. Effect entity or effect entity dot is empty. It is empty. Not is empty, if that makes sense. Yeah, I do want the copy there. Let's call this just new entity. Okay, I think that looks good. So yeah, we definitely want this. Source ability, which is null pointer, which is fine. That can be a null pointer. We don't always need a source ability. Okay, so apply effect to target. Now I need to go through and like figure out everywhere that I've added. Yeah, apply effect to target. There's the effect. We'll go here. Owner entity for both. Oh, it wants to be a pointer. Right, this needs to be a data table row handle. And so we want to return F effect entity pointer, get in combat effect. And we do the same here. There we go. Okay. Get in combat effect, source entity, target entity. I guess I can have a source a bit. Well, no, let's not put the source ability on there. Got any tips for learning to code JavaScript and Python? I would say, first of all, pick one and figure out how best you learn. Figure out how to ask the right questions. I learn best by doing, by having a project to apply myself to. Rather than by following tutorials or courses, I learn best by figuring it out myself, for the most part. I mean, I do, you know, pull up the occasional tutorial or something if it has the information I need in it to accomplish whatever I'm trying to accomplish. But then as soon as I get what I need, I throw it aside, cast it aside. I give a thumbs up first, though. Oh, how happy I am with AI autocompletes. Ugh. You know, vibe coding, miss me with that shit, but don't take away my AI autocompletes. Especially for stuff like this, where it's just like boilerplate, you know? It's so nice. It's so nice. Although I could have another function. Let me think about this. I could have yet another function on here. Another apply effect to target, but that instead takes in a data table row handle. That might actually be easier. Are you winning? I don't know. You'll have to let me know if you think I'm winning or not. Okay, so let's change this to F data table row handle. Is that better? Is that better? I think that's better because then I won't need to make the boilerplate functions anymore. So yeah, we'll just do just that. Yeah, get row, and then I'll put a context tree in here. Why not? I'll put one in there. Did you teach yourself how to code? I did. I did. And then once we have this, then I return that. Easy peasy. Okay, yeah, let's do that instead. Goodbye, boilerplate functions. Goodbye. Okay, yeah, let's do that. I like that. Okay, so now this is my final solution. Here we go. I should make an interface for the game mode because it's way too tightly coupled. Wait, where did my hello? Did you like shut down on me? My virtual keyboard. No, my clicky clackies. I need to. There we go. The clicky clackies are back. Fear not. Fear not. Wait for. Wait. What was this one supposed to be? Wait for region mana. Wait for region mana effect. There we go. Oh, add. Apply it. Wait, okay, so apply effect to target. Apply effect to target. We're just adding a gameplay effect. We're just creating a gameplay effect entity. Wait, I should have thought about this a little harder, because I don't actually have like an application processor. Oh yeah, I do. Oh yeah, I do. Apply effect data. Right. Okay. Yeah. F target entity data. What are the many challenges you faced when you self-taught coding? I mean, just every step. Every step was the challenge, right? I mean, I guess the biggest challenge is just having to continue. Right? Like after, like it's a slog, you know? It's not straightforward. But it's like each time you figure something out, you like learn better for next time how to figure things out. I want to learn coding myself, but I don't know how to start. You can type in learn coding into Google and you'll have a plethora of resources. Like I say, you got to learn how you learn best, right? So if you haven't tried, you need to start trying things. I personally would come up with a project, something small, that you're motivated to work on. Be like a little calculator app or something, a little website. You know, start trying to figure out how to do it. Start typing things into Google. That's how I learned. I wanted to build a World of Warcraft private server. And so I went to Google and I typed in how to build my own World of Warcraft private server. That's how it all started. And there were tutorials. Okay, yeah, let me look at this target processor. I forget what I intended. Was I intending for an entity? You look at where's the content? There it is. Context. That's just source information. Maybe target should go on there too. Oh, this is JetBrains writer. I forget if I was you add entity data. Yeah, so this just applies it to the active effects. Yeah. Okay. Finding a project you're passionate or interested about, then breaking it into mini projects is goated advice. Well, I mean, I think that's a nice, like, try this out and see if you're successful with it. But I think everyone learns a little differently, you know? Everyone is good or bad at different things. And so I wouldn't, I try not to give, like, absolute advice, right? Where it's like, this is how you should do it. Because I think everyone needs to kind of find their own way. Because it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. Learning, that is. Learning anything. Could be art, could be music, could be programming. The journey for everyone. You got to figure out on your own. But it's nice to hear from other people who have done it before what worked for them. But you can try it out and see if it works for you. I'm trying to figure out what the hell I intended for the apply effect data. I guess I need to add apply effect data to it as well. And then this needs to change to an F effect entity. There we go. Include that. We're not going to use the type ID anymore. Well, I guess the ID is now the data table row name, actually. Which the data table row name is that an F name or a string? It's probably an F name, right? It is an F name. How big is an F name? 12, okay. Effect, we'll call it effect ID because that's what we're gonna use it for. And so we will want to add the apply effect data to this entity, right? Or we could do multiple things here. So either we could do what I just did, the context information. We could add that as a part of this processor. Because I would have the source entity automatically based on who I've added the apply to, but I would still need the target. I mean, I guess doing it up front probably is fine. And prevents like a 1 frame delay, although we're going to add it anyway in a 1 frame delay, so I don't think it would actually matter. What I do know that I need is F apply effect data. I do need to add that. That is a piece of data that I need. If target is valid, if it's not, like, we need a target, right? So take that away. F apply effect data. So I kind of actually have to use the data table row handle because I need the name off of it, right? I actually kind of need to do that. Okay, so we're gonna delete that. Fold it all into the gigafunk. The gigafunk, okay. Effect ID equals just row name. Why am I creating a new F name there? That's quite strange. Now the effect def. What do I need that for? This is the only usage. Hey, so I love making games on Godot and Unity. I do everything except the coding. I'm good at coding in general, but I realize AI is better than me at it. Is it bad to be so dependent on AI? I mean, I think it depends on what your goals are, right? If your goal is to get better at coding, then yeah, I would say it is probably pretty bad to be dependent on AI. But if you're not interested in learning to code, and you don't think you really need it, you know, and you're just kind of using it sparingly, then I would say no, because it's not really something you're interested in or have a desire to learn or need. But if it's something you find yourself needing to do, like I need to code because I enjoy making games, then I think you should try to learn to do that, right? And the more you use AI, the more you let AI do, the less you're going to learn. And you're not going to get better at it. I don't know that I actually need the effect definition. I also feel like it inhibits people's critical thinking skills. Coombsy, you're over on the YouTube side. Some of my coworkers are cooked. Yeah, I mean, it all depends. Like, if it's something... You know, there are some things that like, you can just kind of discern. Like, I just don't need to know how to do this. Because it's kind of a one-off thing. You know, like, I've used AI to write some geometry functions for me, right? Things like an oriented cylinder to cylinder intersection, you know, a oriented bounding box to cylinder line, you know, that kind of stuff where it's like, I don't need to really know the geometry behind that because, you know, it's been solved a million times over and a pretty general thing. So I just prompted AI for it, right? Like bash, fuck it, let it slam most of this shit together. Yeah, small scripts that like just making little tools. Like if the tool works, you know, and you're not writing bash as like a core piece of your job, then yeah, absolutely. I would absolutely use it for that. Back to type ID. I think I need to change how I'm doing this. Yeah, I'm not actually finding myself needing to have the def. The ID I need as an identifier, that much is true. Active effects. Let's actually fill this out. Come on, AI, you can do it. Num act. I don't need the number. That's fine though. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. That's fine. Oh Jesus! What key did I just hit that did that? That just shut all my windows down. I think I hit Windows key D. Does that just like show desktop? I meant to hit Control S. Okay, so in place. Apply effect data. I guess we just do ID. This is Unreal Engine C++. Remove effect type. Effect type ID. Remove effect data. Okay, this needs to be an F name as well. Okay, does that all work now? And so the effect def we don't actually need. Entity effect data. Does that go on the effect? Does that go on the effect? I think so. I think I would say it goes on the effect. Like either I could Q add this to... I could Q add this. Also probably Q add new entity, right? Because adding a new entity during a processor, probably no bueno. We probably need to fix that too. This is Unreal Engine. Apply effect data. Yeah, I mean we can make this effect data. We'll make it effect data. Yeah. Okay. We're saying, hey, this effect data should be applied. And then process entities, apply effect data. Yeah, okay. Okay. And in the remove effect data, I haven't, I'm not using that anywhere other than here, basically. Yeah. And have I put apply effect data in here? No, I haven't. Apply effect data. Okay, did I get everywhere? I should not be using this. Yeah, I shouldn't be using that. Add new entity, apply effect to target. Okay, yeah, let's not use this. Get cost effect entity. That you need to return a cost effect entity. I guess if it doesn't have a duration, it's an instant effect. And it honestly should only be, applied for like one frame, right? So the processor needs to account for that. Because I was thinking about like, oh, this doesn't have an ID on it. So how would it remove this? I need to come up with like a unique name. What software is this? What game are you developing? How much does this type of work pay? I'm making a game, an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain in Unreal Engine. So this is a combination of Unreal Engine and then the code editor is JetBrains Writer. How much does this type of work pay? Nothing. This is just hobby, free time stuff for me. This is just a hobby project. But software engineering in general can pay well. F effect entity. Effect entity is a T array of T instance struct. So yeah, this can change into a T instance struct of type F gameplay effect, or no, F was F effect entity effect data. There we go. There we go. And then return the effect. F effect, wait. Huh? Oh, because the we need to change this type. There we go. Get cost effect. We can, oh, we need to strongly import that now? I can't forward, I think I can forward declare that. F effect entity. It's already forward declared. Oh no, it's not. Different struct. Different struct. Okay, so that returns. Yeah, we need to apply effect to target. And then this is where I need the ID. Now I need something, because I need something to pass. Oof. Oof. I need something to pass the ID in. So actually, I do need an overloaded version of this. So we want the... I guess it would just be... It would be F const F effect entity pointer effect entity, and then F name effect ID. Okay, so give me all of this. And now put it in here. Effect ID goes there, and then we return that. Perfect. Okay, so now I can use this one in gameplay ability base. Now I need to come up with an F name. I'll say unique ID. Yeah, get class, get name, cost. I think that's probably pretty unique. Owner entity this. Perfect. Get cost effect entity, which returns a ref, so we can just make a pointer to that. Oh, right. It's, I need to... Yeah, apply cost probably shouldn't be const. Get cost effect entity. Do I need to create this multiple times? Or can I just create it once? Let's put the effect entity on the gameplay ability base. So let's throw this over here. Gameplay ability base. Let's pin that. It's probably something we need pretty frequently. So let's put the cost effect entity on there. And then we will return cost effect entity. I'll say something like if cost effect entity is empty. If it's not empty, just return cost effect entity. Otherwise, can we return ref? It wants to return a const effect. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So now we just make a pointer here. Yeah, okay, that works. Mohammed, thank you for the sub. Welcome. Welcome. Okay. So I think that looks good. Are we Gucci here? Yeah, let's delete this function. Yeah, that one still needs to be used. That's fine. But we shouldn't use that. Is there a place where I can see the context of what you're building? I am new here. No, not really. No, I guess you just have to watch the streams. For context, though, let me try and rebuild this. For context, though, I'm making a game. RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. One where I want to run the whole world. I have a procedural world that's 15 kilometers large, so I wrote my own ECS, which is a composition over inheritance, data-driven design to efficiently run thousands and thousands of entities, NPCs. And I was previously using GAS, Game Playability System, which is a built-in Unreal Engine framework for all of my abilities in my combat and whatnot. And it's not the most performant at a large scale. You know, super fine for most games. For my game, when I want to run things at a very large scale, like thousands and thousands of things. So I need it to be more efficient, so I'm rewriting the Unreal Engine Game Playability System into the ECS that I wrote. That is the context of what I'm doing. And we're compiling, and the compilation is going well. The compilation is going well. There's still much more work to do for this replacement. I'm just kind of taking it as it comes here. Okay, that is looking good. That is looking good. So let me think about how, like, instant effects would work. So I think, so there is a duration processor. No, there's not. There is not a duration processor. The duration processor should tick down. Let's make that now then. Let's make the duration processor. So this is going to be effect duration processor. Effect duration processor. Let's override our process entities function. Perfect. And we're going to write a query dot with all f duration in effect data for each scope name. Let's put our name in there. Probably we will need this because I'll need to potentially remove entities. No, we want to F duration effect. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to subtract the delta time from the duration each frame. If it's less than or equal to 0.f, subsystem is incomplete. Sure, we will complete that. We will complete that. F, remove effect. Oh, it was right. It was actually right about that. Crazy. And really, I could just do this and ignore the... That's actually a little cleaner. Duration effect data. Remove effect data. How would you suggest I do an open world of ancient Rome with C++ and Unreal Engine? That's a pretty general question. Like, what? I don't know what you're looking for there for an answer. Like, yeah, and I don't work with like the typical Unreal Engine tools. Like, I have my own terrain system and stuff like that. So like, I don't know anything about level streaming and stuff like that. C# is simpler and helps you write less code. Yeah, it's also less performant and doesn't work with Unreal Engine. So I have the duration effect data, the effect ID. The effect ID So honestly, I kind of need that on the context, don't I? I kind of need the effect ID on potentially the context data. Because otherwise, how am I going to remove... How am I going to remove things? Remove effect data. This could be just an entity ID, actually. And remove effect data. I need to delete the entity here, too. Q destroy entity, effect entity, yeah. So yeah, let's just make this an F entity. Effect entity. Yeah, I think that's actually easier all around. Effect entity. Q add entity data. Okay, yeah, I think I like that. I think I like that. Now apply effect data. What do I use this for? I don't use that for anything other than put it, well, I use it as an identifier, right? No, I do need that, yeah. I do need that. But like the remove, okay, so I need it for, I need it for removing the active effect. But I could have multiple of the same type of effect on here. So actually maybe active effect data, I just need the entity ID. Maybe. Yeah, what if I have multiple of the same effect but from different sources? Yeah, that could happen. That could happen. Do I use that contains function anywhere? Or no, that's not on here, is it? Remove effect type. This is just hobby free time programming, guys. So C# is good learning to program. I want to learn to make games in my free time. You pick an engine. You don't pick a language to make games. Pick an engine to make games. So the engine tells you what language you need to learn or use. So C#, the only option you have if you pick C# is Unity. And I personally would never use Unity to make a game because you don't get access to the source code. And also, they have some pretty poor monetization of their engine business practices. There's a whole debacle. There's a whole debacle. So yeah, I think I actually need only the effect ID here. Godot does not use C. Wait, no, you have an option to use C# in Godot, right? Yeah, so I think I only want the effect entity here. Remove effect type. So change this actually to F entity. Yeah, F entity. Effect entity. Rename this to remove effect. And then active effects. I guess all that's going to be now is an effect entity. Do I need to look anything up about it? Should I just do F int? Let me see where I use this from. We are emplacing the effect entity. Yeah, all I do is the effect entity there. And if it's entity, if it's empty, I remove it. Okay. Okay, thank you for spamming what every single engine language is. Thank you. You can stop now. Okay. Yeah, I kind of still want to make a wrapper just in case I need some extra information on here. Maybe we still keep the wrapper, but we only populate with like the effect entity. And we keep it, I think keep it as a set. So remove the effect ID off there. And then hash on the effect entity, actually. Yeah, and then I guess the only information I have is the entity ID. Okay. Let me find all those usages again. Yeah, so we only want effect entity there. And place that. Okay, so that all looks good, I think. I think that looks good. So back to the duration processor. Now we can, if it's less than or equal to 0, we can remove, we queue remove effect data. And then we're going to queue remove, no, we want the remove processor. So the order is like activate, then we'll do duration, then we do remove. Gameplay effect processor, activate, we do duration, we queue remove. It's a pointer good. Remove effect entity. If it's empty, yeah. Okay. You destroy entity. Remove entity data. I mean, if we're going to destroy the data or destroy the entity, it doesn't matter because that the remove effect, yeah, it's on there. So we can delete that. That's not necessary. So add the data. Okay, I think that's good. But I think we also need to, now I need something to say, I need something for the instant gameplay effects, the effects without any duration. Oh, the duration remaining actually never gets initialized. Interesting. Yeah, how would I do that? I guess I do want the elapsed duration, actually. Yeah, I guess I would want elapsed duration. Instead, do that backwards. If that's greater than or equal to duration effect data dot duration, we can remove it. And so how would I find effect entities that explicitly don't have the duration effect data. But I just want to like use the context, like effect context, but like not actually use it, you know what I mean? And should I also do that in this processor? Or should that just be like a part of like apply gameplay effect processor? Like if it doesn't have duration data. Also, I'm not even using the apply effect data here. Active effects. So yeah, there's more than I need to do on apply because I have the attribute. I do have the attribute mod processor, right? Although I think what I would want to do, I would only want to recalculate if the attribute mod effect data is on here. So const attribute mod effect data, that needs to be a pointer. And so if attribute mod effect data, then we would want to recalculate it. And then I think there's probably going to need to be quite a bit of optional data here. So we can do F duration effect data. And let's just call this attribute mod data. Make it a bit shorter. We don't need to be so verbose here. We can skip the pleasantries. I can also say if there is no duration data or the duration is 0, remove the apply effect data. Then we would want to add remove effect immediately. Flory, thank you for the 7. Welcome in. Happy Sunday, everyone. Is anyone in Monday yet? Is anyone in Monday yet? If you're in Monday, I want to hear how... Is it a shitty Monday? Or is it a good Monday? I need to know before I get there. So those of you in the future, please let me know. It is Sunday morning for me. We're doing some Sunday morning game dev. I don't know. Is there any place that's like 20, like, I guess you'd have to be almost 24 hours ahead. You'd have to be like, well, no, you could be like 12 hours ahead, I think. You'd have to be 13 hours ahead of me. There might be some places in the world. If there's no duration, remove the effect immediately. Okay, so what effect would this have, like, on the life cycle of this gameplay effect? This would allow... Let me look at the attribute processor. Yeah, so we're going to add the calc attribute data. We add that to the target entity, not the effect entity. Okay, correct. That is correct. So that would, and then we would get to here where it's like, if it's an instant effect. So far, a nice Monday, 1 a.m. in Korea. Okay, that's good. That we're only an hour into Monday. But, you know, that's good news. Report back with more info. As in Germany at 6:10 p.m. Okay, so Sunday evening. Sunday evening in Germany. Welcome in, Black Dragon. First time chat. Yeah, so I mean, the effect entity is going to exist. The instant effect entity would exist for the lifetime of a frame. Yeah, because this would get removed at the end of the frame. Well, technically, I guess it could exist for 2 frames max. Because if we don't have active effects data, add it now and delay the effect application so that we can have the ability to add multiple effects within a single frame. Yes. Yeah. Otherwise it would, I'll say otherwise multiple effects per frame would overwrite each other. Yeah, exactly. I think this works fine. I think this works fine. Now, I guess it'll be interesting for duration-based things. Well, the duration wouldn't start ticking until we get to the duration processor. And this processor runs on the effect entity. The attribute processor runs on the NPC entity. Which... I really want to learn this and find the mentor I need. If you need a mentor, it's never gonna work, man. Just being honest. Like, you gotta figure out how to learn on your own. Because no one's gonna sit there and teach you unless you pay them. And for that, you can go to school. If that's what you need. Took a 3-day vacation from my job, so I know Monday's gonna be amazing. That is a good Monday. I'm excited for you. So technically there could be a scenario where the duration has ticked, but it hasn't actually applied the modifiers until next frame. So there could be a 1-frame delay. Why spaghetti code? What about this is spaghetti code? Spaghetti code requires understanding the full system, not just one file. So I don't think you know what you're... I'm starting to think YouTube Shorts chat doesn't know what they're talking about. No, that can't be it. That can't be it. Okay, so I think this is all working well. So I need to like do the, I guess, the gameplay tag applications and stuff. Now, should I just do that? Yeah, we should probably just do the optional F applied gameplay. Well, we need like all of the tag information, right? Do we need all of it here? Or should that just be in another processor? I think the applied ones should be here. I guess I could have another processor that has with all apply effect data. I think it would make sense in either case. But there should definitely be a processor that checks, like, the ongoing tag requirements. But that would need to iterate over, like, every effect every time. That would need to iterate over every effect every time. So maybe I should... I think I should have another processor that selects for apply effect data, target effect data, and all of the gameplay tag information. Because it'll still have the apply effect data. It'll still have the apply effect data for the lifetime of the frame. Let's see what that looks like. Let's make a new processor. This is going to be, I guess this is just like effect gameplay tag processor. Effect tag processor. It should, I guess this is, it would be specific for application, although I could write multiple, right? I could write multiple, but there would need to be one for... On remove, yeah, whenever the effect gets removed, I need to unapply. Well, I guess maybe just the applied tags part could happen in here. The remove, because it could, I could also just remove the applied tags here. That would probably be pretty simple. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just do the applied tags entity data. Yeah, that. Applied tags data. If there is active effects data. Okay, that's all fine. And then we destroy the entity. Okay, so I'm going to do if applied tags data. If we have applied tags data, I need to get the target entity. I need to get the target entity applied tags. Auto target tags equals subsystem get the applied tags data for the target entity. If we have that, then target tags, remove tags, target tags, remove tags, applied data tags. But I guess there could be, there could be a scenario where I need to recalculate the tags, yeah. I need to apply a recalc tags thing, very similar to how I did the attributes, yeah, because there could be a scenario where two different duration-based effects have tags that they apply to the target, and it's the same tag. And I wouldn't want to remove that tag when only one of the effects gets removed, because the other effect could still be going. And that would be invalid. So we don't want to do this here. So applied tags data. Really what I want to do is subsystem add entity data. Q entity data for target entity. And it's just going to be fcalc tags data. If this effect had tags applied to the target, QA tags recalculation. And then I'll need to make that data, I suppose. Add just a new file. So it's going to be calc tags entity data. What did I call the? Where's the other? Where's the other one? Calc attributes. Oh, that's not right. Okay, fcalc attributes data. Where do you live? Okay, you just live in attribute. fcalc attribute data, fcalc tags data, I suppose is what I would call it. Okay. The music is in the player that is on the screen. Calc tags entity data, and so I would put this on the entity. I would put that directly on the entity. And it's just an empty tag. That is just an empty tag that does nothing. Calc tags entity data. Include it. Write a little comments. Entity data that triggers a recalculation of gameplay tags on an entity. Yeah, that's clear enough. So yeah, I guess I will need a gameplay tag processor. I will need a gameplay tag processor. Okay, generating code. Let's do the process entities. Okay. Query for each with all. So I need f calc tags entity data. I need f active effects entity data. What else? What other data would I need? What other data would I need? F entity. Yeah, there we go. Give me that. Calc tags data. I'm not even going to actually use that. Active effects data. So is it more efficient to put this on the entity? No, I would have to be on the entity, but I do have to like look up. Oh, I have to look up like all of the tag information. Well, no, just the applied tags, right? Just the applied tags of the entity. Auto effects. So I need to like for each active effects. Auto, just make it a ref, active effect. Then I would need to auto applied tags. Effect applied tags. Yeah, import those. That's a pointer, so I'll say if effect applied tags. Let's do a guard, so we'll just continue if that doesn't exist. And if we do have applied tags, so I need like a F gameplay tag container, new tags. There we go. Effect applied tags. Tags. And then at the very end, I guess I need also entities that have their own F applied tags entity data as well. Which needs to be a ref, yeah. Make that a ref. So we'll go here, How do I know? Worm juice, you really had to throw good dough in there? Yeah, I need to make I guess I need to make a distinction, I think is the word I'm looking for. A distinction between, like, because there's a concept of loose tags, right? So I can just add, I wouldn't want to, like, get rid of any loose tags. How am I going to account for that? Because this would just remove all those calc tags data. What do I want to do about that? I guess I would need to, like, I would need to do something where I tabulate any added tags and any removed tags. But in order to do so, I would need to know what's being added and what's being removed. And then I would need to check all other effects that are on the entity. So for adding, I think is actually quite simple. It's actually just removing. So I wonder if the remove effect processor, I think I just need to iterate over all other active effects on the entity and determine if they have the tag, or I could do a gameplay tag count type thing, but that would take up more memory, right? Which would make it less cache locality. But what would I want to do about that? I could also just store loose tags in a separate data structure. That way I can just do this and not have to worry about it. Okay, so 3 options here, I think. Let me write something down. Give me some new space here. So, effect applied Apple applied gameplay tags. Effect applied gameplay tags. Give me some bullet points. Effect applied gameplay tags. So I could do store loose tags and effect applied tags separately. I could on effect removal, iterate over all other active effects on the entity and check if any of the removed effect tags exist. Okay, let me reword that a little. Check if any of the removed tags exist on other active effects. If so, do not remove tag. And then I could have F calc entity data. I could do it in a separate processor. F calc, what was it? Tags. Calculate tags entity data. Or I would just need to, oh God, my voice. Ugh. You know, my girlfriend pointed out something very interesting the other day. She's like, women's voices don't really crack that much. I don't know that I've ever heard a woman's voice crack. Are you guys just faking it? And I was like, oh God, they're gonna figure us out. Run, boys. I don't know why that is, but yeah, it does seem like men's voices crack way more. fcalc, can I even do an fcalc tags entity data? Can I even do that? Because I would still need to check. Oh God, what did I just click there? Go away. I would still need to check any of the added and removed thingies. fcalc tags entity data would need to like get applied with what tags are being removed and whatnot. In that case, then I wouldn't be able to have multiple per frame. I think this is the worst option here. I don't even think that that's going to work. Because we already have the events for applying tags and removing tags. Applying a tag is easy. Removing a tag is the hard part. Buddy, you're not going to find a mentor by begging in the chat. Like, you need to figure it out. You need to attempt to figure it out on your own. If you can't do that and you really need a mentor, you need to go to school. Because you will be paying for someone to be your mentor, essentially. But yeah, I think the calc tags entity data is probably the worst approach here, actually. I feel like the cleanest one in terms of processors is the loose tags stored separately, sold separately. Loose tags sold separately. But it would make it like, if I just want to like throw a tag onto the entity, that makes it more difficult. So let's go into like castability. I think I do loose tags here, basically. Yeah, so like I can remove, add and remove loose tags. Yeah. So it makes it messier. That actually does make it messier. I think actually the cleanest one is probably to just iterate over all of the, is probably the second option here. Probably the second option. I think it's this one. Yeah, I think we just do that. So get rid of the calc. Get rid of the calc data. Where did that go? Calc tags entity data. Yeah, remove that. Delete. It only works on the attributes because there's not like multiple attribute sources, right? All attributes come from, it's all like one data structure, right? They all come from someplace. But this, I think I might delete. I don't know. I'll keep it around for a second. I guess I need to do a query for tags. This should only happen if the target has applied tags as well. Right, well, could I do something? I could create a different, I could just store it in a better data structure. Well, that would be like the tag count option, right? So there's some there's some better data structure. So we'll do like some data structure to store tag count or tag source. Something. That's a more complicated data. It takes up more space. I mean, let's just start with iterating over all the active effects. I feel like that requires the least amount of outside work of this processor. And honestly, the only downside to that would be like if there's a ton of effects on a single thing. But like that's probably not going to happen that much, right? There's probably going to be a pretty finite amount, right? I do already have the target entity active effects data, so this should only happen if it's in there. If there's no other active effects, which probably should never happen. Apply to the target, check if we can remove them. Okay, and so I need to target active effects data, active effects for we'll go auto ref active effect and active effects, and then I need to, because this is a effect entity, I'll say other effect entity. So then I need to look up again auto other effect entity tag data. Yeah, this is getting a little nasty. Yeah, this is getting a little nasty. Let's also check if applied tags data and is not empty, or rather num greater than 0. So if other, I guess I need to maintain a list of tags to remove. Yeah, so let's do gameplay by tags. Let's just make a copy of the gameplay tag container tags to remove. If tags to remove, I guess we can just optimistically remove here, right? Although this is it's going to iterate over every other one, right? Because this is yeah, so that might be a little suboptimal. Again, we'll just have to, none of this stuff is ran yet, so we have no idea what the performance is going to be. So tag to remove tags. And so we'll iterate over every other, no thank you, speech recognition. Iterate over every other, yeah, do that. Tags to remove, and then I need to grab the target applied tags. If we have tags to remove, auto target applied tags. There we go. I don't have that already, right? That was the entity. That's the other effect entity. Okay. If target applied, well, God, we should probably check if that exists too first, rather than iterating over all the tags. And let's put this into a function as well. And we'll call this remove tags. Just call it remove tags. Give me all of that. Give me all of that. Yeah, I need a lot of things. I need applied tags data. We'll call that effect applied tags data. Target entity active effects data. Target entity active effects data. And then target entity applied tags as well. But we don't necessarily need to do that. So remove tags. Yeah, we'll just give it target entity as well. Make it const. Okay. Applied tags data. Wrong order. Target entity. Okay, so that's a little cleaner now. If we have tags to remove, target applied tags, tags remove. Okay. Active effects data. I think I need to import that. Yeah. Don't forward declare that. Okay, so I think that's a good first approach here. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good there. Okay, so that handles removing the applied effects. So I think what we need to do now is get rid of this processor. We need to get rid of this processor because we don't need it, I think. And I don't think we're gonna. Delete the gameplay tag processor. Because all the tags are going to be processed on add or remove. Removing being the more computationally expensive one. Vanessa and Czar, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hi bro, how are you? I'm doing well, thank you for asking. And Tyler, thank you for the sub as well. I said follow, the sub. Thank you for the subs. Okay, so I need to do some more on application. Apply gameplay effect. Okay. Attribute mod data if target in place effect. So I need to check I need like a can apply function here. So let's do this. Void u apply gameplay effect processor, and we'll say can apply effect to target. Oh, well, this is actually probably pretty close. I did void actually, so hang on. Can you undo that? I want to bool. Can apply effect to target. Very good. Close. So I need to check if this effect entity, target entity. I don't think we need to do that. I mean, if target entity isn't valid, let's do this. I'm gonna write some comments here. Yes, hello everyone. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. I am working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. I am working on replacing the gameplay ability system with my own implementation. The gameplay ability system is a built-in Unreal Engine framework that I used extensively in the past, but I have since written my own ECS, which is a data-driven architecture to very efficiently run thousands and thousands of entities. And the gameplay ability system is great, but when multiplied by 1,000 entities, it doesn't run so well. That was my biggest bottleneck. So I am replacing it to be more performant. Right now I'm working on how gameplay effects get applied. I'm working on a function called can effect applied to target. I need to check all of the tag requirements, essentially. Target data. No, this is all wrong. This is all wrong. So I need to check all the different tags. So let's go like auto. Let me open up the gameplay tags entity data. Yeah, so this has all of the like requirement tags in it. So I need like the target applied tags. I need to know which tags are on the target first. If we don't have that, return true. Well, shit. Maybe. No, there's still some conditions that we would need. Target applied tags data. Let's do this. So we'll go F gameplay tag container target applied tags, and we'll go if, yeah, set that otherwise. Hello, writer? Yeah. Otherwise, it's just gonna be empty. Okay, and so then I need all of the like the effect entity tags, essentially. So I'll just start with required tags. Will only activate if the owner... Ooh, I need the owner entity as well. Const F entity owner entity. So let's get the owner entity tags to owner entity owner applied tags. Do the same thing. Thank you. And so let's do auto required tags data. Is that good? If required tags data and owner tags doesn't have all of the required tags, we return false. Yes. Target required tags. Blocked tags. Yeah, so we also want to check auto blocked. I'll say owner blocked tags data. Let's just call it owner blocked tags. Return false here. Let's rename that slightly. Rename it to owner required tags, and then I guess we don't need to do the target tag one until below, just in case we can hit like an early out, right? We can hit an early out potentially. Just say get tags from owner. Does owner have required tags? Does owner have blocked tags? Get tags from target. Come on, AI. You know the rest here, AI. Come on. There we go. Oh, look at it go. Oh, look at it go. Nice. Okay. Otherwise, return true. I think that's all the conditions. Oh, I need to check other applied I need to check if any other applied effects block this one. That's going to be an oof. That's going to be quite unperformant, actually. So yeah, block assets with tags. Interesting. Interesting. Am I using that anywhere yet? Did I use that in... Did I use that in any of these? Yeah, I don't know if I should use that. Maybe I should do that as a tag-based thing. So I think that makes it way more efficient to calculate here, because otherwise I am going to have to iterate over all of the other active effects. And also, is this on whatever the effect is applied to? Block assets with tag entity data. Did I do that for this one? I did. Block assets with tag entity data. Although this one says it's blocked by tags. Oh, and I wanted to do by additional effects data too, which I'll need to handle. Yeah, so this can actually be represented multiple ways. Yeah, I mean, doing it this way is difficult, right? It's just, I think I shouldn't use this. And I think it doesn't matter. Like, this actually, the way I have it set up works both ways. So block assets with tags entity data. So the wait for region mana effect blocks the region mana, as it should make sense. But also the region mana has blocked by tags entity data. I think that's just a much better way to represent this. But now, the downside, what would be the downside of losing that other way to do it? If I had an effect that blocked like a bunch of other effects, I wouldn't be able to specify that all in one place. I'd have to go on each of the blocked effects and update that. So I would lose some flexibility in designing effects. But I would gain some efficiency. I'll say, try not to use this as it is inefficient. Prefer using F blocked by tags entity on the other asset instead. Yeah, so I'll write that in, but we'll just see if I can get around to not using it. As it is inefficient. I mean, if I'm going to say that, I might as well not have it, right? I think I'm just going to keep it around to see if I do need it. And I guess it'll make the migration easier when I'm migrating all my old effects to the new way. I can do a one-to-one change at first. Block assets with tags, entity data. So I guess I can do a query, right? With all F block assets with tags entity data for each. Oh, I need the scope name. And then yeah, that needs to be a function. This is what? Yeah, we'll just put that in there. Tyler, welcome in. How's it going? It's going well. It's going well. I am remaking the gameplay effect applications right now. So I have all these different like tag containers for like the effect applied tags, the effect asset tags. And I've just discovered that block assets with tags entity data is actually going to be quite inefficient, and I should prefer not using it. Instead, use the F blocked by tags entity data. So here's how I'm actually really liking how these are turning out in terms of like how they get implemented. Because like I'm gonna have a data table here that define like the unique IDs for each entity. And I've remade a couple of them, and it's quite nice. So like, here's my old ones. Let's look up like wait for regen mana, right? Kind of a complicated one. So context, wait for regen mana is like, wait for regen mana is like when you cast, like normally you get a tick of mana every 5 seconds, right? You probably know about that kind of concept if you've ever played like Warcraft or WoW or something. But when you cast something, you have to wait for longer before you get a tick of mana. And so that is the wait for regen mana. We're waiting for the regen mana effect to get applied. So when you cast something, it applies the wait for regen mana effect, which removes the regen mana effect. And so this is what this effect looks like. Like look at it, look at everything on here. It's complicated, right? We have a duration on here, remove other effects data. We have apply additional effects in there. We've got asset tags, target tags, require. We got all this stuff in here, right? And then here's what I have. This is mine over here. Duration data. Duration data, 10. Just 10. Asset tags, wait for regen mana. Applied tags, wait for regen mana. So it'll apply this to the entity when the effect is applied, while the effect is active, right? Target blocked tags. So the target blocked tags versus block assets with tags. So if this effect blocks other effects that have this tag, what I have to do is when an effect is applied, I have to check every other active effect on the entity. And I can't even do it this way, actually, now that I think about it. I have to check every other active effect on the entity for if those effects have block assets with tags entity data. And then check if that data contains the tag that I'm trying to apply. That's very inefficient. Whereas target blocked tags means the same thing, but from the other tag, the other effect perspective, right? Like, what am I blocked by? That's the blocked by. And that's a lot more efficient because I can just check if the entity I'm applying to has any tags that should block me. And actually, I think I should just delete that. I should just delete that because it is actually very inefficient. I can't even query for it. I guess I would need that, and then I would need F target entity data, and then I would need to check. This would actually be the better way to do it. I would just check if the target entity data is equal to the target that I'm wanting. Well, no, that's actually going to be much more inefficient. That's actually going to be much more inefficient. I'm stuck by the way ideas. Supermarket sim or some basic RPG game. What should I do as my starting game? As I have some knowledge about the supermarket stuff, which should I start as my first game? Like learning. Whichever one is more exciting to you. Also kind of depends on what goals you have. If your goal is to just learn, you know, pick the one that you would learn more from doing. If your goal is to have fun, pick the one that you're more interested in. I would say if you also struggle with motivation or continuing with a project, pick the one that you're more interested in. If you're trying to release a game and you just want to say that you released a game, you know, pick the easier, the simpler one, right? If you're trying to get into the games dev industry, I would also say pick the one that's easier to release to show that you've shipped a game, right? So it depends on what your goal is. Depends on what your goal is. Yeah, I don't want to do this at all. We shouldn't use this. Goodbye. We shouldn't use that. And so now instead of specifying all of the other assets that this one blocks, I need to go on those other assets and add a blocked by tag. That is the preferred way to do that. So that's going to get deleted. And I actually already have it set up this way because region mana is blocked by wait for region mana. So yeah, we just shouldn't have that one. We just shouldn't have that one. Yeah. Okay, so then yeah, this becomes our can apply effect to target. So if we have target's active effect data, so then we need to go in here if can apply effect to target, effect entity, owner entity, target entity. Do I need the, I would need the context, right? If I have the target entity, I would need the F context data, which all of them should have. F context entity or context effect data. Yeah, so all of them should have that. Context data should be source entity. Okay, beautiful. You remove entity. Yeah, if we can't apply it, yeah, just remove the apply effect data and also destroy the entity. Q destroy entity, effect entity. Now, if we can apply it, if we have applied tags data, so const f applied tags entity data applied, I'll say effect applied tags data because we will need to, I'll need to get the target applied tags data as well, which I guess I already have the target applied. I shouldn't look that up twice. So I shouldn't look that up twice. Will you wear wigs? Maybe. Isn't that how he answers it? Maybe. I love that video. If effect applied tags data. Well, maybe, yeah, I guess if we're not necessarily going to in either situation, we'll just leave it as doing both. If target applied tags data, target applied tags data, tags, add tag. Add tags. Wait, is there not an add? Append tags. There we go. Effect applied tags data dot tags. Yeah. Add all those tags. We'll see how long, we'll see how well this runs. It'll be very interesting to see. Hopefully better than 100 microseconds. But like all this data is quite large. So the cache locality is not going to be super good. I think all NPCs should have tag data applied by default. I hope so, at least. Apply effect data. Yeah, I guess I don't actually do anything with that, do I? Other than just remove it. And I guess we can just do that up front here, because we're going to remove it regardless of what happens. Yeah. Okay. Queue add entity data. We're going to apply the tags. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Let's rebuild here. What else do I need to do? I've handled applying the tags. I've also handled removing the tags on the remove gameplay tag processor. Did you make animations for character jumping, running? I used the ALS C++ refactored plugin for my locomotion. So no, I did not. I did not make my own animations. Well, I tried to make a couple and they look terrible. So the pickaxe swing and the wood axe swing are the ones that I've made that look terrible. Okay, rebuild that. Okay, I'm gonna, while that's rebuilding, I'm actually gonna take a quick break. Quick break. Let me do a quick BRB. Okay. Thank you for your patience. I'm back. Okay. Well, that compiled nicely, didn't it? Okay, let's take a look at our gameplay effects now. So yeah, that was the only one that got removed, and we knew that that was going to happen. So we've set that up. Now, I think what we need to do is set up the apply effects additional data. That's already set up. So now I guess we just need to apply additional effects within the application processor. Active effects. So maybe this should just be in the apply effect. Let's make an apply effect function too. Void u apply gameplay effect processor apply effect. To make this nice and clean. Oh boy, we are gonna have to pass in a lot into there, aren't we? Just give me all of that. We'll see what we need and what we don't need. Targets active effect data. We do want that. We don't need those. Target entity. Target entity, let's make those both of these const refs. And I think that's it. That's it, as I say, as we make a function with like 7 parameters. 1, 2, 3, 4. With 6 parameters, yeah. Okay, apply effect. Okay. God, I love AI autocompletes. That was really nice. Okay, so now within the apply effect function, let's check if we have. Let's check if we have the. Should I pass all this in, or should I just like get it? I guess it's kind of nice to just forward it, I suppose. I don't know. F apply effect apply additional effects data. Plug that in over there. Okay. Forward declare. Forward. Let's actually, yeah, we need to forward declare all those. Just kind of like, did it automatically do that? Okay, so if we have apply additional effects data. If apply additional effects data. I need to queue add those, I suppose. Subsystem add effect add. Wait, I thought oh no, it's apply effect to target. Apply additional effects data. On application, on complete. Yeah, okay, yeah. On complete normal. So basically we just want this. And on application is not empty. For each, well, I guess we just for each this, right? For each auto ref effect row handle. Do effect row handle in there. source ability. I guess the source ability would be the same. Source ability. I don't know. Would we want the source ability to be the same? Yeah, I mean, we should. I think we should. And then context effect data, we should have that, so that's a ref. It's the only ref we're passing in here. That is a big function. Yes, it is. Effect row handle. Effect, apply effect to target, source entity. Source entity. I should just pass in the fucking context into here, honestly. Well, no, because in this it needs to create it. It creates a new context with this passed in context data. Source entity, target entity, and then source ability, which is not the weak object pointer. Should I just make another one of these? Let's make it. We're gonna make so many versions of these that suit my needs. This one is going to take in const f. Well, it should take in the maybe copy. Const f context effect data. Context. So we just want context, and then we would still want target too. Apply effect to target. Is that what I want? The row handle, the context. I do want it to copy though. I do want it to copy. And then this should maybe be T weak object pointer. I don't think that messes anything up for how I'm calling it. Then I guess this can actually be const ref, and then we'll just forward it. Context dot source it. Yeah, because this will create a new one each time. There we go. So now we basically just now we've done it. Look how nice and simple that is. Nice and simple. Yeah, for each, apply it. It'll get applied next frame and go through the same process. And then we'll need to check this stuff for the other types which are all on complete. Okay, and so we need to go to the remove gameplay effect processor. So the remove effect data, I do need whether or not we're going to cancel it, right? Be canceled. Let's find that. F remove effect data. So let's create constructors for this. F remove effect data. Create our default constructor. F remove effect data. Let me just use this. Just give me one for that, and then give me another one that has both. Okay, so we have that component. Chosen constructor is explicit. Do we care about that? Interesting. I don't know what explicit does, actually. C++, what does explicit do? For implicit type conversions. The main purpose is to prevent unintended or potentially problematic automatic conversions. Huh. I see. I don't care about that right now, though, so I think this is actually fine. I want the, yeah, I want that. I want that. I haven't tried to remove active effects when tags get added. I haven't done that. And I guess that's all in my application processor. Unless I'm adding loose tags. I think I actually need to queue add tags. I think I need to actually make a piece of data to handle when a tag gets added. Because then that's going to be a frame behind the effect application, which will be a frame behind So I could either do that, I could queue up a command buffer for an add applied tag data, or I could have a function to check if we should queue up removals whenever I add a tag. And I would have to check. Every time I add a tag, I would have to check all of the active effects. And see what their tags are. Or see what their like cancel on tags are. So I actually kind of have to do that anyway in here. The thing about having a separate piece of data to queue up, that would be very nice to isolate these scenarios and run it in a separate processor. But that processor would still need to the iteration would be done on the NPC entity. And it would be a frame behind. And if it's an instant effect, which should probably happen at the end, although I don't know that that would matter. And so we'd remove the effect, and then it would apply. It would be applying the tags and removing the tags. They would be in a single frame. The apply would happen and the remove would happen. So we would want to make sure removal happens before. No, removal happens after add. And in the processor, we would still need to, yeah, we would iterate over the entities that the tags are being applied to. Check all other active, we'd have to check active abilities too, because that's something that we would, we'd be considering. And then remove them. Yeah. That feels inefficient. That feels pretty inefficient. I wonder if I could make some sort of data structure to make it a bit more efficient, I think. I could make a piece of data that's like, it's like F, remove, effect, removal, entity data. And it would be like, yeah, effect entity. Size is 40. Jesus. I should probably still use the gameplay tag container because I know that has some like parent tag logic in it as well that I probably want to maintain, even though I think I'm using explicit tags everywhere. Removal tags. So I could create this anytime anytime an effect has tags that can remove or cancel it, right? Anytime it has blocked tags. Which, where's my gameplay tag entity data? So yeah, anytime either this or this is there. I guess there's the inverse of it as well, which is affect continue entity data, which I would need to check anytime a tag is removed. God, my voice, man. Anytime a tag is removed. But at least this way, I would only do the bare minimum iteration, and then the processor would iterate over entities with... This would be on the NPC entity. On effect removal entity data. Would it need anything else? Effect removal entity data, and I guess F applied tags entity data, so that we could remove it from the applied tags, or we would queue up the remove, right? So applied tags entity data. Or I guess just like if I have an apply tag processor, if I have an apply tag processor, then I would just check for removal tag entity data, because it would be optional. Or I write an apply tag processor that takes in the, like, it would be the apply tag processor. Probably you can't see what I'm doing. There we go. We'll move it up. We're just going to sketch some stuff out. Apply tag processor, which would require F apply tag entity data. We'll just say apply tags entity data. Well, how would I apply multiple tags per frame? God damn, that's the hard part. From multiple processors. I guess I could have a staging. I bet I could write that into the processor, or not the processor, the subsystem, the entity subsystem. Like the queue add data. Commands, we would want to check all the other commands and potentially combine the data. But I would have to do that on like a case-by-case basis, right? Because combining, what does combining the data mean, you know? Some data is just going to explicitly override each other. And can't be combined. You know, like flow data, right? But like an array could be combined, right? Which is what I would want here, or I guess a gameplay tag container. Oh, that's so thorny. I suppose another option would be to, I can add, rather I can do like a post F tag added entity data. So it's kind of like we're just kind of, we're saying a tag has been added. Or I guess it's really like it's a recalc, right? It's a recalc. It's a removal recalc. Like maybe cancel effects or something like that. Like F check effects. Check effects entity data, and that happens just like anytime a tag is added. Also anytime it's removed, I guess. And so there would be like maybe an F required effect required. How would I maintain this list though? Because again, I can't do multiple per frame, which is becoming quite the fucking bottleneck, isn't it? Yeah, I'm starting to feel like I need a... there's so many I mean, I'm sure there's a way to make it work with only doing the one per frame and having the command buffer. And like the reason I have the command buffer is... so I have it's an archetypal query system, my ECS is, which is how a lot of them work, which means that the entities are stored based on which data they have. And which combination of data they have. And so if you add or remove entity data, it changes what archetype they're in. It will literally move all of the data to a new archetype. And doing that during the processing stage, it changes like the world state, basically. And that can be fine. That can be totally fine. Now, the problem is the spatial data grid. So I have I spatially store the archetypes as well. And that means if an entity changes its archetype, i.e. a piece of entity data gets added or removed, then I would have to change where it's at in the spatial grid as well, or how it's stored in there as well, which was a major pain in the ass. And I just wanted that spatial data grid to be stable income. And it also just helps for async processing as well. Because like parallel processing without a command buffer would mean that there would need to be a lot of locks in place to make sure that the archetypes that we're iterating over don't change out from underneath us while we're processing. So command buffer is important for changing, adding or removing or destroying an entity as well. To, just do that at a certain step. And that means that whenever we add data, like if we're trying to add data from add multiple of the same types of data from different processors, they could override each other. The second one would override the first one. They wouldn't like add together unless I develop some logic for that. Now I could write a function on, and I could do a const expression check thing to see if the entity data has like a combine function or something. Then we can combine them instead of override them. That could be useful for some of these. Or I could just have processors that care about the spatial data grid and processor. Well, no, because we would still want to parallel process it, so we still want the command buffer basically. Let me think back through this from the beginning. So we want the anytime a tag gets added or removed, we will add the check effects entity data. A processor will iterate over that entities. This gets added to entity. Let's say gets added to entity. I'll say an NPC entity. A dedicated processor iterates over entities with this effect and checks active effects. So we could do that's just the raw iteration approach. The other option is the tabulating tabulating a data structure for all of the tags that I would care about getting added or removed, right? It's kind of like a listener, right? A listener. We're listening for certain tags, and in that way, the processor can iterate over that as well. And so if we don't have any tags we care about, the check effects entity data does nothing. Well, I guess we'd still want to remove that. We would still want to remove the checks. I guess it would still iterate over things. And then the only purpose that the effect removal entity data would do is prevent... I guess it would prevent us from iterating over every effect on the character, which actually doesn't seem like that big of a performance gain. So how many effects are going to be on an entity, right? I guess there are numerous like metadata attribute calculation effects that would be on each entity. Calculate melee crit chance, spell crit chance, attack power, spell power. Potentially an effect for why did you have to ban me, dude, for making a stupid joke about you being a principal engineer? Oh, you mean the joke that you do every single day that you come in here and spam it? Yeah, I banned you because you were being annoying, and I don't want that as a part of my community. And so yeah, for those reasons, I'm out. Yeah, just stop being annoying and you won't get banned. It's that easy. I asked you to stop and you continued, so you got banned again. Sorry, buddy. Bro, make GTA 6 real quick? Yeah, as much as I would love to do that, yeah. GTA 6 is not a quick game to make, unfortunately. Yeah, but I guess I do need to think about like how many effects are going to be on each entity, because that could become a considerable kind of thing, Because like there's like regen health, regen mana, you know, the whole interaction between recal or wait for regen mana, wait for regen health as well. Calculating all the different metadata attributes. Keep going, developer. We'll learn from you. I will. Welcome in. Welcome in. You know, the people who provide encouragement and support are worth it. You know, there are people who try to come in and troll and say things that forces me to correct them because I don't want people getting the wrong impression. And if I have to constantly correct them on the same thing every single day that they come in here, I'm just gonna ban you. Like, you're just being annoying at that point. The guy who created a YouTube account with the name Tim Sweeney because I made jokes about Tim Sweeney. Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy, but if you're still here, yeah, you saying the same thing every day that forces me to correct you after I've asked you to stop is not just a stupid joke. It's just annoying at that point. And like I said, for those reasons, I'm out. I hope you understand, which you probably don't, but that's okay. Yeah, so I guess I'm just kind of worried that there's going to be way too many effects. And you have to keep in mind, this is at like a thousands and thousands of entities scale, right? Like they're also going to have like a food and sleep effect, right? That needs to be considered as well. So like, let's just count how many would be on there. Food, sleep, health, mana. There would be like melee crit, melee slash spell crit slash modifier, crit modifier too. So that's 4 right there. I still have the editor open. Let's look at some of these effects. Yeah, I guess there's an effect for setting like default attributes as well. But that's an instant effect, right? So those aren't too bad. Oh, max mana, max health too. Attack power, spell power. Well, these are just the ones that are on there by fucking default. These are always going to be on like every entity. And then other ones that are going to be common are like in combat potentially. Spell crit chance. I guess I don't. Do I have the crit? I don't have anything that calculates crit modifiers, but I assume I will. Gain food, gain sleep, lose food, lose sleep. Yeah, but those are only going to be one to one here. Okay, so yeah, these are the ones. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I have 12 effects on there by default. And so anytime a tag gets added or removed, which could be anytime an effect gets added or removed, or do I say most effects add a gameplay tag to indicate that they're happening, you know? Does like regen, health, and mana apply one? I forget. Where is regen mana? Do you apply... Yeah. So like region, mana, and health would apply tags, right? So anytime those get applied, yeah, I kind of feel like I should still just stick with the naive approach, which is just to do the you know, the iteration. Now I could do that. I could just do that on application in the application processor and the removal processor, which is even more naive. So I guess the decision that I'm down to is, do I do the check effects entity data? I mean, I guess that's just more effort. So let's just do the easiest one now, and we'll see how necessary it is. I will have to, every time a tag gets added or removed, I will have to check every other active effect on the entity. Every active effect on the entity. So that would need to happen here. Target active effect data. Active effects, so we need to do a for each. Hello, please. There we go. For each active effect in active effects. I then need to, I suppose when I add an active effect, rather than doing a, like, I do the lookup based on this effect entity, but I could also have like a couple gameplay tags in here, although this would make the iteration a bit slower when I maybe don't need those at all the time. I could put them on there, but again, I'm thinking about performance improvements when I don't even know what the performance is. So I have to keep reminding myself, do the naive version. Do the simple version. We'll optimize it later, once this actually fucking runs. So active effects. So I need to do like active effect removal tags data. This will be F blocked. Oh, but then there's the owner and the target distinction as well. Blocked by tags entity data. This is when the owner. Oh, Jesus. So now there's like there's actually two lists, and I don't have the other list. So there's active effects, which are effects applied to self, and then there's also like owned effects, like my effects that are applied to a target. So there's actually two different fucking lists here. And I think right now the active effects is just the target applied effects, and I don't actually have effects that I own that are applied to other things. Fuck. Fuckity fuckity fuck. Okay. Target's active effects data. Yeah, so yeah, we're only applying the target's active effects data. Okay, so I think I need to go in here. Let's change this to effects applied to me. Is that what I should say there? This is, so I'm gonna need 2 lists on this thing. There's owned effects, and then there's maybe just applied effects. God, I hate that this is a fucking T set. Should it be a T set? For small n, T array is actually better, but I don't know what that is. Active effects data. Yeah, I need 2 of these, which is super annoying. At least the active effect data is just an entity, which is quite small. Okay, so when an effect is applied, I need to get not only the target active effect data, but the owner active effect data. Which honestly, I do this thing where I delay add when it doesn't have active effect data. They're gonna basically always have effect datas. I kind of feel like I should just have that on there by default and just assume that it's always going to be there, rather than checking for if it's necessary. Should I make that rule? We just add that by default. And I think that there should probably be a character defaults entry for that, which I'll need to set up. Like, none of these are actually added to any entity archetypes yet on spawn. So I'll need to do that, set all that up. Yeah, I think I should make that rule, especially if I'm going to have them on there basically all the time. Will I though? Like, the important entities will have all those. The player will have this, the colonist will have this. You know, random entities that are just like, you know, roaming around the world. Would they have any of these? No. I guess the only things they would really have is probably regen, health, and mana. That would be the only ones that they would have. Attack and... God, do they need full stats too? I think they need full stats too. Because they could have buffs. They could put buffs on themselves. It would be nice to have some sort of a system to where you know these infinite effects, these calculations that are running. Yeah, because the way I'm writing this doesn't scale with the amount of effects very well. And what was my, like, recalc attributes? What was that? Is that in here somewhere? I have forgotten. Calc attribute data. If this effect modifies attributes, add it to the entity. Then I have to iterate over all of the applied effects. All of the applied effects that have attribute mod data. That is the Tower of Barad-dûr. It is indeed. I just plucked like the coarsest, thickest beard hair out of my beard. It's crazy. Make sure the template is crispy enough to scale later. Yeah, see, the thing is, like, I just don't know, like, when writing an ECS, you know, it's composition over inheritance, and also, like, the iteration speed with properly structured components can be quite fast. And so the concept of, you know, constant time operations aren't always as fast. As like an O of 1 can actually be slower than an O of n or a small n. Now, what a small n is defined by how much cache locality you have in your components, which is kind of hard to tell before running it. So it's like I'm sitting here kind of doing the naive approach so that I can see, you know, how bad is it? How bad is it? And the answer is I don't know. I don't know how bad it is because I haven't ran any of this. So I'm kind of just doing it the naive way first. What are you fixing now? Not fixing anything. I'm making new. I am making new things. Which is I am rewriting the Unreal Engine game playability system. Effect removal, tags, data. Iterate through applied anytime. Okay. Yeah, let's just continue with the naive approach, I suppose. We'll continue with the naive approach. And we'll just fucking see how bad it is. Step 1 is make it work, right? It's always just step 1. Okay, so if we have tags that are applied. If we have tags that are applied, I need to check every active effect for if it should, if it's blocked. Tags has any for effect applied tags. That's kind of a long. Yeah, so if that's the case, subsystem Q remove entity or Q we add entity data for F remove effect data on target entity with the I think just the effect entity, which is active effect entity. This is what we will need to do. How will NPCs appear? I presume when you start the game they will spawn, but what about further in the game? If you kill half human NPCs in the biome, will they just respawn after some time? Or will you have children NPCs that need to grow up? Yeah, I'm definitely like, you know, like children and aging and growing. That's, you know, maybe something like super far down the line in like some DLC or something. If we ever get there, it's definitely not going to be there on launch. There are just going to be randomly spawning entities that just kind of exist as enemies in the world. Colonists, however, like the important entities, you know, they will die and they will decay, right? Their corpse will decay. And, you know, they won't like respawn, but there will be like events and things in the world that give you an opportunity to recruit new colonists. You know, there could be some that just kind of spawn randomly in the wild, very rarely. You know, there could be more that there could be just random events where it's like, oh, someone's running away from some threat, or, you know, like in RimWorld, that's how it happens. It's like, oh, so and so is running away from some random threat and they want to join your colony, and you can like accept them or not, you know. So there will be like different events and stuff spawned by like some overarching storyteller type system. We need to do the same thing for owned effects. F blocked target. Wait, what is this saying? Oh yeah, for each one I get this one's, yeah, F blocked by tag entity data. Let's call this rename this to target blocked tags, and this will be called owner blocked tags. AI did understand that quite well. Has any of the effect applied tags? Yes. Correct. Okay, and so then there's the opposite of this, which is the remove gameplay effect processor, remove tags. If we have tags to remove, F target required tags entity data, F required tags entity data. So I need to wait a second. I did this on if this is target active effect data. This is not the owner's active effect data, which may be the same, but we don't know that. So actually that one needs to change. So we need to go owner active effect data. Yeah, we need to use that. Which may be one and the same. We don't know though. So we need to re-grab it to tell. Source entity. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. I do have target effects, active effects data. Rename that. Target active effects data, target entity. I guess I need source entity now too. Source entity. Wait, this is on remove tags? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense. And so I will need context data here. F context effect data. Context data. Context data dot source entity. And then I will need to go here and grab some information. This is auto, owner, applied tags. Or no, owner, that's not right. Owner, active effects data. There we go. Owned effects, active effects. This should be owner required tags. So let's just rewrite all this. Yeah, get rid of all that. Active effects. Let's go auto. Target required tags. Yeah. So target required tags, if it doesn't have all of the target required tags, remove it. Wait. Target. Should I only be iterating over? I think I should only be iterating over the target here. Remove tags. Target. We're removing an effect from the target. Target active. Yeah, so if I'm only removing tags from the target, I should only do the targets. So I don't actually need the source here. Let me think about apply effects too. Yeah, I think I should only check the target in the removal. Does that make sense? Or am I doing that wrong? But I should check the owner here. So when an effect is applied, when an effect is applied, or rather, when tags are applied from an effect, I actually need a recalc effects. I actually need a recalc effects processor, because if tags get added from outside the system, yeah, I do. Well, let me at least get this logic right, and then I'll change over to that. Yeah, I do. I do need like a, just same as attribute, recalc. I have to. And then I just have to make a, anytime the applied tags struct container, it needs to have a function on it for mutating the tags. It needs to wrap the tag container there to make sure that it gets recalculated and everything. Yep. And then we'll need to make the tags private so they don't get used incorrectly. Well, shit. Yeah, let's at least get this logic right so I can copy paste this when I need to. Well, no, it's gonna change anyway. It's gonna change anyway. Okay. Back to where we were with the I need that. Yeah, I don't know why I thought I wouldn't be able to get away with that. Or I would be able to get away with that. So I need F calc. Or maybe, I don't know if calculate is the right term. Update. I don't know, should it just be tags changed? F tags changed. Entity data. Because then that way other processors could, you know, I could kind of listen for that event. Tags changed entity data. I think that's fair. Pragma once. I named the file F tags. That's not right. Tags changed entity data generated. H use struct F tags changed entity data, which does nothing other than signify that they've changed. Then we will do gameplay tags processor my entity processor. Okay, let's create that function. There it is. Implement that. We will want to query with all F active gameplay effect active, I didn't call it gameplay, active effects entity data and F tags changed entity data, which let's, before I forget, add that. F tags changed entity data. Register that so that we can query on it for each. And we want the processor. God, the indentation is so long. Like, that's such a steep. I just want, I want to change it to just 2 spaces instead. Entity. Okay. Active effects data will need to be mutable. Tags change data. I don't actually care about you. I'm not going to do anything with you. Let's go ahead and subsystem to remove that. Remove that from the entity. And then tags changed, I will want the F applied tags entity data, which can be const. What else do I need? Actually, this is going to be const as well, because we will end up queuing the removal of the active of the effects. Okay, so then we will want to, let me grab that code from the apply gameplay effect processor. Yes. So all that goes there, and then we'll need to grab it from the removal as well. Active effects data, applied effect, active effect. I need to check. For each active effect, I need to know. Do I need to know who the source is? No, I just need to grab the active effect. Target blocked tags, yeah. And then if applied tags data, this needs to reverse itself. If applied tags data.tags has any target blocked tags. That's a bit too long. Maybe I'll make functions for these. We will need to include remove effect data on this entity. I don't think we check that. Owned effects. These are effects that I owned. Yeah, so I can check these. Owned effects. Or get the owner blocked tags. Yeah. So same thing here. And then this should be entity. Is it as simple as that? Is it that simple now? I feel like there's more I'm forgetting. Target, oh, the required, right? The required ones, which I put in the remove gameplay processor, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so go over there. This is like by put that at the top. So that goes there. Required tags. Oh, I guess this can go in. Yeah, we can do this for each one. Hello, Marcus. Give me one moment. Give me one moment to get this on paper. Auto owner required tags. I think that's right. Applied tags. If it doesn't have all of the required tags, we remove it. For this effect, applied tags data. Let's I just want to change this to owned tags data. Okay. This is how I was able to auto-load the Blueprint subsystem. I created a plugin and put this on the plugin initialization. I mean, you have to create a whole plugin? Interesting. Well, thanks for that. I'll save that. On a scale from 1 to 10, how much easier is that than just doing the, how much easier is that than just doing the asset manager thing? Okay, I think this logic is correct. Now, it's ugly. It is ugly. Because I have to get the information off of these tags. I feel like I need some convenience functions. I'm going to publish the plugin. It will save me from some why isn't this plugin working? Oh, so it adds itself automatically. Okay. And so what, you have a Blueprint subsystem in the plugin that people are going to use? What if people subclass your Blueprint subsystem? Is it going to load both of them? How does that work? It loads the first. Is that deterministic? Or would that always load theirs or always load yours? I suppose you would want it to always load theirs. Yeah, I kind of want some convenience functions. And I really tried to make these as reusable as possible, but every time I tried, it like fucked up how they looked in the editor, and I couldn't figure out, like, I'm sure there's some fancy schmancy code, post, edit, change property stuff you can do, but I was just like, ugh, I'll just put tags in each one. I guess if these are specifically typed, I have to do stuff like this. Yeah, I don't know if there's like a nicer way to do this. I don't know that there's a nicer way to do this. Other than just putting it into a function. I guess I could have a templated function for has any and has all on here. Maybe let's write that. Bool U gameplay tag processor has any. Oh, and I would need to write this in the header. Oh, how the world would look if you could do templated functions in the CPP file. Oh, the future. What are the type? Why am I? It's what, type name T? As any. And then a different T. Type name, this is like read T, or like what would this one fucking be? This would be like whatever's fucking passed in that has tags on it. It's like T tags entity data, we'll call it. So T tags entity data. Okay, so this is going to be fucking uggo. But this is going to be, we're going to need to do one of these guys. Owner tags. So I would want to pass in the active effect, I suppose. All his owned tags, entity data. And then this is like T has any tags. So, and then the return would be return, you know, T has any tags, pointer has any tags, T has any tag, and then I would need to have the F active effect. What is this type? F active effect data. So yes, active effect, we would want to include that. Effect entity, return has any tags, and I don't think we want the and owned tags. Yeah, I think that, and then owned tags is a ref, I believe. And wait, we did this backwards. Owned tags dot tags as any tags. Okay. And we need to write a similar one for as all. Oh, AI is nice. Okay. Alright, assign it was meant to always run with the plugin that already has a BP version, so this is the version that will be loaded. If the user creates their own, they can go to the asset manager and tell them to use the asset. Okay. Yeah, it's an more advanced use case, so I feel like someone trying to do that would probably just know to figure that out. So, has any passing in this, and then owned tags data and active effect. And so maybe we call this active effect has any. I mean, really this can be Honestly, we can generify this a bit more, actually. My entity subsystem, which can be const subsystem. Call it entity subsystem. We can do that, and then we can do const f entity. So these can now be statics, actually. Entity has all owned tags, yeah. Interesting. Interesting. I have a very nice reusable function now. And this is, what was this? This is entity has all owned tags. Wait, no. That's not what I should name this. That's not what I should name this. That's a little disingenuous. Because I'm passing in the owned tags. I'm actually doing this the opposite way. That I should. I've named it the opposite way. How are you progressing today? We've written a lot of code, but we haven't actually ran it. I've been writing code for like 3 days that I haven't even ran. So it's gonna be interesting to see when we finally get it running. So this should maybe be effect has any. What do I fucking name this? Effect has any owned tags, but that makes it sound like it's looking up the owned tags. Effect has any tags. I don't know how to fucking name this. Because we're saying owned tags. Has any. Should it just be owned tags has any? It's like a has any lookup. Because it looks up the has any part. I want to get rid of the subsystem part. We're just going to do that. Entity has all owned tags. It's like owned tags has any in. Has any effect tags. It looks up tags, the typed tag on the entity. So it's not necessarily owned tags, it's just like the passed in tags. Could be anything. Which this should be const ref too. Still confusing name. Yeah, I can't figure out how to name this such that it's not confusing. And this is just like E tags. Yeah, just change that to T tags. That should be const ref as well. This is just T tag entity data rather is a better type name for it. Tag entity data. It's just, it could be any type of tag entity data. Tags has any effect tags. I don't know if the lookup tags in tags has any lookup tags. I mean, I don't know. That's the best I got. I don't know. This may be one of those cases where it's like not worth it. If I can't even come up with a fucking name that is explanatory, is it even worth it to do the fucking code here? Just so much boilerplate to look at. I feel like it could help. Jonathan, well, welcome in. C or C++ for embedded systems? I don't know. I haven't done embedded systems. I think Google will have a better answer for you. It could be like as any typed tags. That might be kind of, this could be has all typed tags. Let me see what that looks like here. It could be like in tags has all typed tags. This should actually be has any typed tags. In tags has any typed tags. Yeah, I think that's the best name I got here. In tags has any typed tags. F required. Entity tags data. Active effect. And owned tags data. Okay, and then this should be owned tags data. Get rid of that. Okay, in tags has, this should be all. Active effect dot entity owned tags data. Passing in this. Okay. That's the best I got. I mean, the code does look a bit better, I suppose. And I could make these statics to be reused elsewhere. But I think this maybe is the only place I'll need them now. And then anywhere where I edit F applied tags. So this tags should maybe be private. And I should maybe wrap it, because editing this tags function without recalculating the effects is dangerous, because that's going to lead to potentially some things not working correctly. Let's make that private. Well, it'll have to be protected so that we can still edit it in. Will I ever want to edit the default tags? I mean, maybe. Maybe. Oh, but this doesn't... Wait, the whole reason I didn't do this was because of loose tags. Yeah, I need to store loose tags separately. Yeah, I know why they did that. So yeah, we need loose tags as well. Which, loose tags... Yeah, actually do make this private. That should never be edited either. So we can have loose tags and tags. So I will need a append tags. And honestly, never mind. I was gonna say there could be some nice. Should I take in a typed version? Now let's just do F gameplay tag container tag append tags. I guess this needs the owner entity on it too, so that I can dispatch. I need to pass in the subsystem. Or should I just have the subsystem on here? How big is this already? It's already over a cache line. Oh, dude, these data structures are getting way too big. I feel like the performance is going to be not quite there. So maybe I should store loose tags elsewhere. I think maybe we should do that. But even when loose tags get added and removed, I need to do the same thing. So do I make a utils function for this, or a function on the data as well? Okay, let's imagine this world in a great place, which is we have that. And we have no, not that. My entity subsystem. We have in a world where we have both of those things populated on here. We would do subsystem, add q add entity data f tags changed entity data. Can I forward declare that? No. to do that. Wait, why are you mad? Still mad? It's empty, sir. I guess it doesn't fucking matter. What? Oh, I just fucking forward declared it again. Okay, that actually makes sense, my bad. User error, user error. Add tag. Remove tag. I guess it returns a bool. Does add tag? No. Those append tags. No. Remove tags doesn't return. Okay, it returns bool. So that's what I think I would need to do. And then I guess I need to get tags. And then I guess I need a get tags. Otherwise, I take in a templated thing. Apply gameplay effect processor. Append tags. Tags. I guess right here I could use that same thing. The static ones I just created, actually. Or if I can't apply. I still need to get tags. I still need to get tags. Okay, let's make a get tags then. And these need to be public. F, we'll do const. No, just get tags. Just get tags. And that does need to be a const ref. We cannot change that. We cannot change that because that will be very dangerous. Get tags. Okay, so let's first of all, we can get rid of all that. Those are just thoughts. Those were just thoughts. Apply additional effects data. Where did I put the... There they are. Okay. Staticify these. Staticify those. And let's move those to the entity ability utils. God, now it's such a long signature. Active effect entity. Where's the apply gameplay effect processor? No, I wouldn't always have that. I was trying to think of a better place I could put it such that... Is it always owned tags that I'm passing in the other place too? Has any owner tags, has any... I guess it would be. And I guess I think owner applied tags should be required as well. I think this should be probably required. Well, that's just the source entity, yeah. So we don't actually know that it's always there. I mean, anything that's casting an effect. Well, you know, what if I just wanted to apply some like environmental effects? You know what I mean? Like, I guess I wouldn't maybe owner tags would not be there. So then this becomes just a gameplay tag container if I wanted to reuse it over here. I guess I should check if they're zeroed here too, so I don't accidentally say that there's a change when there's not. Add tag. That's a ref. In tags. I don't accidentally queue add entity data there. And then this bool removed. If removed, let me do that, and then return removed. Add tag. I guess like this tag has to be valid, right? So that's unconditional. Okay. And that way we don't need to do that check there. We can just remove. Check. Okay. That's kind of a long signature. And then owned tags data. I guess this needs to make this really reusable. This needs to be a gameplay tag container. Owned tags data dot get tags. Yeah, kind of don't like that. Kind of don't like that reusability now. Let's see if it feels good here. So this should be entity ability utils in tags has any typed tags for F blocked by tags, and then subsystem effect entity owner blocked tags, no, owner tags. I could probably just using namespace this, make it a little bit better. Wait, can I not do that? Can I not do that? Well, I thought I could do that with like a U object or a class or something. Can I do using class or something? That would be nice. Okay, well, I'm gonna ignore that for now. Let's not worry about that. Let's get this working. We can do that now. And then this becomes U entity ability utils in tags has all typed tags for required tags. Subsystem effect entity owner tags. Yeah, so I'm going to take that, put it here. Do entity ability utils. Does this has any? No, it has all. In tags has all typed tags. Target required tags subsystem entity. Target applied tags. Yeah, so we're gonna take that. Put it there. Wait, that didn't work. That didn't work. Entity ability, and once again, entity. I kind of want to change that to just ability utils. Because I guess there's going to be no difference between entity ability and non-entity ability, because it's all going to be the same system. So that's kind of nice. No more will I have to type out ability system component. No longer. Which will be really nice. That will be really nice. Okay, entity ability utils. That's just going to be ability utils. Or core redirect. Why not? There we go. So now that gets a bit shorter of a signature. Maybe it makes our gameplay tags processor look a little bit more readable too. Yeah, I think so. I think that's good. I'm okay with a two-lined if, right? Like that. That's not too bad. But maybe there's a better place for that. So in a world where applied tags entity data has, oh wait a second, because it's not always owned tags. Yeah, it's not always the applied tags data that gets passed in here. Can you make extensions? Are there extensions in C++? No. Is there any way to do that? Extension function. So wait, can you or not? Can you or not? And Koenig lookup to extend the functionality of a class? Wait, can I just put a function on a class? Is that what that was saying? My funky wonk. No, yeah, because you would have to like put it within the class. Okay, so you just have to do a templated function. I don't know. I'll look that up later. I don't think it sounds like you can't do extensions, but it would have been nice to put an extension on the gameplay tag container to put this typed thing on it. And I could just keep putting things on the subsystem. I was really just trying to remove the number of arguments. So I could just put these functions on the subsystem itself. Because it's like, if it requires it to be passed in anyways, might as well, right? Might as well. I need a big, long break, though. I have to mow. I have to go mow at some point today. So I'm going to find someone to send you guys off to. I think it's time for a break. I've been going for quite a while. Let's go peek in Pirate Software, question mark? No. We'll do Shawnee B. Shawnee B. Who's doing... He's making a Game Boy style SFX sound effects. I don't know. Is that game dev? Maybe we'll keep it. We'll save Shawnee B for another day. We haven't rated Lucklin in a bit. So he's doing some... he's definitely doing some game dev. We haven't rated Lucklin. We'll go do that. We'll hit Shawnee B some other time. He knows we'll hit him back. Anyways, yeah. Thanks everyone for hanging out. It was a good, nice long stream. Dude, I can't wait till I actually get to test this. It's going to be a pain in the ass to debug everything because there's no way I wrote it correctly. But the concepts are coming together. They are coming together. I just got to get some very specific things ironed out here in reference to effects, application, and removal. So yeah, next time we will be continuing to do that. I'll probably do some more tonight off stream. So we'll see where I end up tomorrow morning. But yeah, thanks everyone. Have a great rest of your weekend. Bye.